entire time, email emoji.
What's the word, family? What's going on, everybody? Morning, good afternoon, good evening, all that good stuff. I see you were pretty well behaved last night. Yeah, I know, right? Who would have known the only thing screwing up the trap was the CME gap to begin with? Everybody good though? Try to make it another 24 hours without getting liquidated? Good. Yeah, I'd imagine we come back into this range at some point, but we're going to start putting in our psychological range here really soon. Time is it? Within the next hour, we should start dropping our ranges. It's going to be interesting to see if they run the same sort of thing where they try to get it as close to the middle. You know how when we go to CME, when we're rushing up after trapping longs and shorts and we try to rush up to close CME in the middle, I wonder if they make an effort to bring that psychological range as close to in the middle of these two traps as possible. We don't know, but we're going to find out together. Nice sample. Yeah, we've got a whole week of spring break, so definitely time. Hope everybody was careful on XLM yesterday. It was not fun being the party pooper, but hopefully everybody made it out unscathed. I think anything that's running, if Bitcoin doesn't correct, is gonna start wrapping up. That goes for fat, H bar. Nice slow curve. We got one more day of sideways on Bitcoin. You could still pop and run on this. But I think it's gonna come down to when Bitcoin starts taking lows out. It sucks because I was saying it the other day. Alts have such good setups. Like some of them on the macro are putting in really good setups. The problem is that that shit don't matter if Bitcoin doesn't cooperate. This W will never see its potential. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna lie, that is a nice setup. Come down, take all of your 10-10 wick, and then start to fractal out. I think it starts to make more sense once you realize that these things can't run without Bitcoin. At the most, they can counter trade Bitcoin for a couple days, right? Bitcoin goes down, price goes up, da da da. But it's not enough to support itself. But the setup itself is nice. So Bitcoin above 70 and FOMO still lives, right? Bitcoin underneath 70 and anybody who hasn't cut and run yet is going to start lightening the load, my opinion. Let's see what's going on. News here.
Hey, Dbloc, you got a sec for a question?
Yeah, what's going on?
I've been off the chat for a few days, and I'm sure you covered this, so a very abbreviated answer is totally cool on XLM, the movement, and I know why, but just trying to understand why the other rails didn't pump up. Was there something concrete with XLM, or was it just a rumor?
So Visa came out. Were you here when we talked about the Visa deal?
No.
Visa came out and announced that it would be moving to settling transactions on crypto rails. And this was before the China deal. Hold on, let me see if I can find this for you. There it is. Right, so they announced these blockchains. Some of them we knew about, right? We already knew about ETH and Sol, but Stellar, Base, Polygon, Avalanche, Canton, and then the big one that they left out was XRP. So that's when Stellar really started catching buzz. And then 2 days after that, DTCC came out and chose Stellar for tokenized securities. So basically tokenized stocks will be running on Stellar as well. And I think this that double whammy, right? Coming off of that Visa news and then getting Stellar only sort of news really sent it.
So is it that all the securities that are tokenized going to run on XLM, or just XLM is going to get a portion of that? It's always going to be, our argument was always which one do they pick, you know, but it makes sense that they're going with a multi-chain sort of approach, right? For things that need safety, they'd go through like Ethereum and XLM. For things that needed to be fast, right? They might run that through a Solana or XLM. For things that needed to be safer, they'd run through Ethereum. But the way that they set it down sort of seems like there's very specific jobs for each blockchain, right? They basically took what each blockchain does the best and they're giving one aspect of that. No, that's another thing, right? Just because there's use case doesn't mean that the value of the coin has to go up. Right? It's like when XRP dropped their stablecoin. And people are like, oh, this is great. There's a stable now. XRP is going to go through the moon. It's like, okay, let's slow down a little bit. Let's get the good news and then explain to me how that turns into a better price. Aside from speculation, the easy answer is speculation, right? If more people feel like it does more, then they'll speculate more, price goes up. But I don't know if there's any real like flywheel that makes the actual price go up, except for, you know, the tokenomics on XLM are decent. But I don't know of any like burns or any of that sort of thing. But it's all about repricing, right? XLM right now is priced at bear market prices for something that has the news that it has. During the bull market, XLM was priced as XRP's little sister. This next bull market, XRP needs to be repriced. Right? XRP needs to be repriced as one of the main Visa rails and one of the main tokenized security rails. So whatever valuation people think that puts the company at, right? What does that make? What does that make Stellar worth? Right? That valuation goes up, and then that valuation is divided by the amount of coins in circulation, and that's how you get the price of your coin. But it's a good question because it's important to separate things that are good for the project and things that are good for the price of the project, which is different. Not every news affects the price of a coin. As far as this news making me want to like run and buy XLM right now, no, I mean it was cool. It had a run. What it does is it puts it higher up on the list of things that I'd be willing to pick up at the lows, you know. Because it's giving it some new life going forward.
Cool. I appreciate that. And
Yeah.
I think also like if news were to come out on XRP before XLM, I could see the advantage of news coming out on XLM first.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, I don't from what I hear from XRP people, they're not worried about it too much. They're saying, you know, we don't really need Visa. You know, Visa's always kind of been the big dog that they were trying to knock off the block. So I don't know if, you know, I don't know. But I mean, it is the biggest payment platform in the world. So, and I never thought Visa was going to go anywhere. It's just like the banks, right? Banks aren't going to disappear. They're just going to move into crypto, right? Like Western Union and MoneyGram, you're not going to take these businesses out of, you know, they're not going to be extinct because of crypto. They'll just start using staples. XLM has been cooked since last night. I told y'all when we looked at this, the first thing I said when I looked at this was, I don't like this. Right? I don't like this channel. It's being sold into. This entire move was being sold into. Price was going up, but price was going up because people were selling. Right? There were buyers, but without sellers, you can't have price up. And the way that they were selling, even to the last one here, can I just clone that though? But you see, like the structured sell-off, if that makes sense. It's hard to quantify it. It's just something that you'll recognize when you see after a while. And then finally, once they've gotten off everything that they can get off, and they're not worried about slippage anymore, they take their short and they dump the entire bag. And instead of buying back so that they can dump more, they don't buy back and price takes its natural sort of course. That's why I said trailing stops and drain it until it stops you out. That's really the only thing you can do in these sort of scenarios. Run a trailing stop, keep it tight. Once it takes you out, rinse and repeat.
And unless we get other news, probably back down to 14, 15.
I mean, there's a chance. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance you get full retraces on all of this. I would imagine. I mean, if we're talking about Bitcoin going down and taking out its 60 and going down towards lower 50s, like we're thinking, then yeah, this gives it all back. It's crazy how on this time frame you don't even see it, right? It's like, watch. Oh, there it is. It's so crazy. But another thing I was talking about yesterday was look at XRP's pumps. Look at what XRP's pumps have in common. There's not a whole lot of longevity, right? The second things go wrong, they go wrong quickly. This was in the middle of our bull market, right? That's the best sort of run that it had. But for the most part, you get one explosive week, and then you better watch out for that stopping volume candle, which is sort of what we're doing on the daily right now. And we talk about in class about chasing 3 big green vectors. Usually not a great idea, but definitely moved up my list on things that I'll be interested in. I'm going really heavy in the stablecoin rails, yo. Like I haven't made I haven't made any bones about it. The best rails first, BNB, Ethereum, Solana, Tron, and then probably XLM and Canton Network. It is if you were trying to buy the top, Star Child, yeah. The amount of people just looking for a re-entry yesterday was insane, bro. Let me know if my volume's too loud in the background. I got a gang of people over. If you're gonna have it that loud, play something that slaps. That shit is horrible. Hold on, I need to go regulate. Liberty Finance, SHIB, and Doge are your weak points in that portfolio. $129 days, my opinion. Yeah, but that 32-minute, 45-second tether looks like shit. I hope so. My silver position hope so. Yeah, I'm sort of betting on one more metals run in between legacy coming down and us hitting bottom. But I want to be clear. My silver position, if you guys remember from the beginning, the point of my silver position was to hold all of my alts and to beat the basement during the bear market. So I'm quite all right, even if silver goes. Silver's gone up so much that it would have to literally full retrace for me to lose money on it. So me being patient with silver, I don't want everybody to sort of take that sort of, I'm in a very different position where I can afford to give some up to see how this plays out. But yeah, that's what my thesis is, that metals run one more time as a sort of safety play when legacy is coming down and when Bitcoin's making its last move. all the time. Let's get some caffeine going. Need some coffee beans in my life. Nah, I can't deal with the energy drinks. It's too much. I used to. I had a time with it, but yeah. Yeah, it's bad. Anything in moderation, you know what I mean? Everything in moderation, including moderation. I mean, sometimes you got to be a little extra too. But when it gets to the point that you can't go through your like normal day without it, that's when it's an issue. It changes what they're able, what it changes their safety, right? They no longer have to go through 48 hours or 49 hours of unhedged holdings. Now, how will it change the way they trade? My argument is not as much as people think. I think our weekend trap stays pretty traditional looking for a while. And that's because the purpose of the weekend trap doesn't go away just because CME does. Right? The need for market maker to build up liquidity and to basically set the gas that takes it through its inventory cycle. Excuse me, that doesn't go away just because CME closes. It actually increases the need for it because now you have to provide more liquidity, which means that balancing your inventory is even more important as market maker now. The question is, does the volume or the volatility on the weekend ever get to the point where they get overwhelmed? We saw it happen during CME, so I don't see why it can't happen now that CME is open 24/7, right? There was definitely times when CME closed that money would come in during the weekend and we would blow out CME. So I don't expect that to be any different. But honestly, it's just a hypothesis, right? Without 3 or 4 months of watching every weekend and sort of getting a baseline, it's sort of irresponsible to come out and say what you think definitively, right? But everybody needs a thesis to work off of. So that's the thesis I'm working off of. We'll have slight changes. There'll be more of an effort put on the psychological ranges, which this will be our first psychological range that we get now, waiting for it to pop up in about 15 minutes. So that's another thing. Once CME closed on Friday, you could run the algos to keep price at CME, right? All weekend. But now that there's no close and that the psychological range doesn't start to form until Saturday evening, then I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if market makers decide that they need to have a late night Friday crew or something. You know what I mean? But all it takes is somebody to balance the algos. Right? All algos really need is a point. They need boundaries, right? They need points that they're not willing to go above, and they need a point of focus that they try to move towards on a regular basis. So if I was market maker, and this is the only way we could really look at it, right? Because we don't have the information. But if I was market maker, what I would do is I would set the algos on Friday at where CME closes, even if there's no CME close. Right? I'm setting it at the time that the CME would be the ghost of CME because of the amount of people that are still going to follow it and respect it. Right? So why not take advantage of that psychological and use it? So far, kind of seems like what happened, right? And then when you go into your psychological ranges, which is now, once those psychological ranges get set, then in my opinion, that algo just gets set to where that range is, wherever it happens to be. And that's how they'll play it out. And that gives them the opportunity to still build all this liquidity. Right? And they need that liquidity because that's the gas that makes it easier for them to run their cycle. So let's put it like this. Imagine if they didn't do that. Imagine if the weekend, since there's no CME, if they didn't trap. Right? Let's say they didn't trap and price just did this for the weekend. Cool for us, price moves, right? But what does that mean for market maker? Because at this point, market maker hasn't gone sideways long enough to build any of this liquidity. Right? So you'd end up with one side of liquidity that you could sweep, but completely dead to the other side. Which means it would take you way more money to move price in both directions. They solve that by ranging during the weekend. Right? If you can just send price sideways, I don't care if it's at CME, I don't care if it's at psychological range. The only thing that matters is it's the in between that trap and this trap. Right? All these guys, their longs, their money stuck. They can't go long again. They've got to wait. All these guys that went short, their money stuck. Right? So what that leaves is that war zone in the middle. And that war zone in the middle is where you draw your range so that you can fill it up to both sides with liquidity. And then this is how market maker starts their week. Right? Able to make a decision which way. There's gas in both directions. Right? Now they just got to do their cost benefit analysis, see where their motivations are. Right? They come down, they sweep. Just as an example. They come down, they sweep that liquidity. They take out these trap shorts. These guys that went short above go crazy short as price is dropping because this is it. 3-day retracement cleans up all that liquidity. That 3-day retracement, the bulls go crazy and they long. Midweek reversal takes out those bulls. So you see how the whole thing is a liquidity sweep setup. And the point is to take market maker from this point here, right, where he can get assets so that he has money to provide for the rest of the week. If they don't run this liquidity sweep, they don't get their money back. If they don't get their money back, they can't provide liquidity for the next week. Remember that market makers are dedicated, meaning that they pay for everything out of dedicated accounts, personal accounts. They're not brokers. They're not like middlemen. They need the money to be able to provide it. And because of that, they have to do that inventory sweep or that inventory rebalancing every week. So the need for that, right? That mechanism doesn't go away because of CME. It might change. They might adapt it, right? That's what we're here for, to figure it out. but the need for it doesn't go away. The need for it actually gets greater, as I said, because now they have 2 extra days that they need to provide liquidity for. Well, they did, right? There's technical reasons why CMEs are magnets. It's the imbalances that are left in the order book when the price moves through that order book while it's closed. But yeah, a large amount has to do with traders. Right? Traders love a point on the chart that we can all agree on. And CME has been that point for like a long time. My mom's a trip, yo. My mom took an Uber to my house, and then she brought the Uber lady inside for lunch. I'm like, Ma, let that lady leave. Like, no, she's really nice. She was hungry. I'm like, that's funny. I told the Uber lady, I was like, you blink twice if you need help, okay? Started laughing. Mm. You know what I mean? Sometimes people are nice, bro. They just like, yeah, sure, I'll have something to eat. Nah, that's a fact, Marco. My Dukes is the best. I was not easy to deal with. I know that for a fact. He's a handful, don't get me wrong, but it's mine, so. She wants to get on here. It's funny. She said, can I join your group? Like, nope. Negative. She's funny though. She wears the hoodies to work and shit. She's like, super proud. It was crazy. I've been trading crypto for a long time, bro. Right? Doing very well for myself. Something that's been obvious to her. Running this channel and even something as small as like the merch has made her more proud than any of the crypto stuff. Isn't that weird? It's like for that generation, if you're not working with your hands, right? Or if you're not doing like some sort of traditional, you know what I mean? Like they don't look at it like work. But yeah, I'm not giving her an invite. Probably crazy. She will embarrass the shit out of me in here. Yeah, it's
See,
holding so far.
that's exactly why I had to seriously contemplate whether or not to get on the channel, because I knew he'd say, "Mom, stop talking." Quit saying that.
No, you don't know. My mom would cry. Like my mom would be so embarrassing. She'd be like, "Oh my God, I want to thank you guys so much for loving my baby. And you did it." I'm like, yo, I'm gonna mute you, woman.
Okay, I wouldn't be that bad.
She's extra. She's extra. But she thinks she's cute, right? So she tries to be funny and shit. But she never lost that. You know that thing you have where you're like, I just want to embarrass my kids. Like when you're young, you just like to see that like embarrassed look on their face. Like she's never gotten over that. Like that's her favorite thing in the world. If she can make me cringe up, that's like a W for her. She's great though. Yeah, I would like her. She's good people. Get a nice little cutback on bonds. I don't know if it'll sustain. Hopefully it will. Because we're getting really close to some sketchy territory. What are you trying to open up a short, guys? I think the next week is green. But green from where is the question? I think the next week is green, and if I'm correct, it's the last green week that we have for a little bit. I hear you, bro. I mean, these situations, honestly, like I was saying the other day, like I would not be looking for type 1 shorts. I would be looking for type 2 shorts. Meaning I wouldn't be looking to snipe. I'd be looking for that confirmation. Yeah, that's one of mine, Marco. all of the indicators right now, except for the liquidity levels are mine. Or hours, I should say. Nah, it doesn't need to do anything, but it very well can. Our psychological ranges are now forming. This, in my opinion, becomes just as important as CME. Now, traditionally, when CME was closed, market maker would take the opportunity here and bring price underneath where CME closed at. Right. And what it would do basically was it would make sure that the psychological high, the psychological low had the CME in the middle of it. Right. And the reason that they did that is because just as the daily open works as mean reversion during the day, right, price will come back to that daily open during the day. Right here. It came back once, came back twice, probably going to come back a third time. Psychological range works as a mean reversion for the weekly. Right. So wherever that psychological range comes in, it'll retest that a couple times during the week. So the reason that they would bring that CME inside of that range was just in case they didn't close CME or they weren't able to close CME, that magnet from the psychological ranges would bring price back down to it. And it would close naturally because it was inside of it, right? Now there is no CME. So there is no real reason to bring the psychological range back down into this original range. If they still do it anyways, then that means they're playing the old playbook and they plan on playing the old playbook. That's another sort of like check on my checklist of being right about this. Meaning I'll go sticks to CME even though there's no CME until psychological breaks. And then psychological gets brought back in CME and the weekly range gets set in the same place that it usually would. I know that's a lot of future tripping, but you kind of have to have a thesis if you want to do this, or it's going to take you years to figure out the cycle. No, guys, I'm not expecting any price movement between 74 and 72 until the weekend's over. Our weekend box consists of the range between psychological high and psychological low. And for the most part, market maker will try to keep price in between these ranges until they signal a false move one way or the other. Once one of these gets clipped, that move usually ends on Monday night. So it's a bit of a cycle that we follow. Yeah, no problem, bro. Stick around. It sounds confusing at first. You can ask anybody that's been here for a while. The first 2 or 3 days, it probably just sounded like a bunch of bullshit, but there's a method to the madness. Yeah, basically. You're either managing positions, like you're either managing longs that you took on the trap shorts and just managing that trade, right? Or worst case scenario, you shorted the trap longs and you're trying to get back to break even at this point. But as far as taking brand new trades during the weekend, once the traps have established, I tend not to do that. I'll do it on sweeps. Right? If it's the weekend and price comes down and sweeps liquidity, right? Like I'll long back into the weekend trap type of shit, but I don't take any trades inside of here. What's going on, Chip? You're already halfway in the cipher then, bro. You got to do is sub up now. I smell those coffee beans roasting in the background. Yeah, it tends to be, right? And it's not the reason that people, when we hear traps, typically, right? Whenever a trap is set, it's set because it's meant to wreck you, right? So if price is coming up and then a trap is set, 9 times out of 10, they're going to flush it and you're going to, it's meant to break you, kill your account. Da, da, da. These traps are different, right? These traps are not meant to kill anybody. These traps are meant to make you stuck, right? So this move on Friday takes everybody that's bullish and makes them FOMO into this top, right? And then price comes down. It doesn't come down enough to liquidate, but it comes down enough to where these people, their margin is stuck. So they're basically just sitting trapped in a trade, hoping that price goes back to where they got in so that they can get out, right? Same for these guys. Right? These guys short, price moves up. Some of them got liquidated, but the ones that didn't are sitting around hoping and praying that price comes back down so that they can get out of that trade. But since these guys are stuck out of trades, then the amount of money that's left that market maker has to have control over is less. It makes it easier for them to run their swing in here because most of our aggressive traders have already taken themselves out of the game for the weekend. Right, so it's not meant to kill anybody. It's meant to farm liquidity. Oh, Zusi's definitely out on the street right now then. You can see him right now turning cars over. All right, looks like a concerted market maker push to get back down into the range so far. This is traditional weekend trap behavior. Yeah, I mean, it's not a fake out if you TP, right? But it's a fake out if you fall for the FOMO and you... Market maker gave us 3 green vectors on that, right? All the way up to 73. But look at the rest of these vectors. I mean, look at the rest of these candles. These are all retail candles, right? Market maker had nothing to do with this movement. So you create the FOMO, you let retail FOMO and get stuck, and then you retrace price. Come back and clear your vectors and set your range. Yeah, except that it doesn't close anymore, game. We don't get CME closes anymore on Friday. This is the first weekend. 24 hours CME. Listen, getting trapped on the weekend it's happened to the best of us. The only thing you can really do to avoid it is just remember in the back of your head on Friday that it's trap day. And the fast move is the false move. Don't hesitate to TP Fridays on moves, on fast moves. No problem, game. This is going to be new for all of us, man. Nobody knows, right? Care how long you've been in the game. You can have a good idea, right? You can have an educated guess, a hypothesis of how this is going to work out, but nobody knows. This is like uncharted territory right now. Nice. What's good, Darren? Yeah, I'm wondering how long they're gonna keep BTC one open. Like it's still showing a CME gap on there. This is crazy. No, it's supposed to be this week, the 29th. From what I understand, crypto futures are open right now. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do with the tickers, honestly. I was thinking about that the other day. Yeah, it's just lag. Somebody's in charge of that shit. Didn't do what they were supposed to do. I'm ready for the parties. Never been a big international football guy, but I do know that the city is going to be on fire. Thing is, we got so many people from so many different countries here. It's not even going to feel like a home game. You know what I mean? It's like there's literally people from everywhere here. Anytime anybody wins the World Cup, we get full parades. Like if Brazil wins, the beach is just full of Brazilians. You know? Nah, I'm in Miami, but they don't care. That's what I'm saying. Like it's always World Cup in Miami because of how many people there are from different countries. Not too far from Brickell. Sell it, man, go away, but when it's all over, come back in October. That sell in May thing, though, we covered that. You know, when that was going around, we usually have to do that about once a year. It's really not the best metric in the world. There's a lot of times you would have got completely wrecked selling in May. Miami's full of influencers now, bro. It's like influencer central. It's like LA, but with influencers instead of actors. Same shit. Yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, coming from New York, it doesn't seem that much, but I've always said it. If you come to Miami from any other city in America, it's going to be a lot. You could just not go out, you know what I mean? But if you go outside, you're bound to see some shit. Damn, DJ. Yeah, there's certain times is worse than others. Memorial Day, spring break, 4th of July. But that's because people come here from everywhere. People come to Miami on vacation. They get a little wild. At about 6 o'clock in the morning, Jeezy. It's a 12-hour stint from Saturday to Sunday. Shit, 100 to 15K. That's not bad, bro. I mean, then again, Canada has to win, but just saying. Dallas is lit too, though. Houston is where it's at, though. I don't know what they put in the water over there, but there are some beautiful women in Houston. I'm from New York City, bro. I gotta live somewhere sketchy. I can't. It's just there's got to be some life. To be fair, I've only been out there for All-Star Weekend. And I'm pretty sure All-Star Weekend, wherever it lands, is going to be lit. So it's probably why I feel that way. But all right, let me go get this coffee. I don't smell it anymore. I mean, it's got to be done. I'll be right back. Hey E, thanks for the sub, brother. Welcome. W sub. Slick. Everything is good, brother. Everything's good. Yeah, look at portal. Ugh. That is not a stopping volume candle anymore. Be really careful on XLM, guys. Very careful. Let me see something. Hold on before I go to, because you're at value area low here. If this cracks, you're going to see 22 and probably 19. Oh, I guarantee you there's a couple good shorts in the group right now. XLM. Because there was a couple people yesterday that were chomping at the bit to short this thing. Chomping at the bit. What the hell does that mean? I know what it's supposed to mean. I know when you're supposed to say it. No idea what the hell it means or where it came from. Probably stop saying shit that I don't understand. Oh, okay. Are they like chew on? I got you. I got you. When they're excited, ready to go. Makes sense. They're releasing infertile mosquitoes. Oh, look at portal. Again, be careful on XLM. It's not great. You got a bearish channel and price is unable to get over half of that bearish channel. If we put the midpoint of that bearish channel, you'll see what I mean. And to see how you react to 135. You've also got SR flip up here to deal with. This is basically what you're looking at. You had a bit of a symmetrical here that's starting to break out. Like that's the one good thing you got going for you. And you see it there. Hold on, I'll draw it better for you. So that's basically the tell of the tape right there. You've broken out. Measured move should take you to the top of this bearish channel. If that support resistance doesn't knock you back. And obviously if Bitcoin behaves itself, right? But there's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of ifs in between here and this breaking out. That's basically what you're looking at right there. Yeah, if you're in a short, you're just looking for this you're looking for this top to reject again. Looks weak though. Like you've lost your will to range here. No problem. What are you doing? Me a favor, grab me that ashtray and that lighter. I'm not sure what you mean, Jacka. What coin? You have to look at it. Freaking Oracle, man. Yeah. Talked about this yesterday. We said bulls must hold this range. Structure's still there. Right. It wanted to break out of its bull channel. Tried, but it failed to retest. So now you're back into that range, basically. Right. When in doubt of what the actual price action looks like, switch to your line chart. Right. Line chart still screaming bullish channel. What was the other one? So still in its range. Attempted to break out, failed it. Still haven't invalidated that W though. You need to come down underneath where you're at right now. Basically just fractal into a larger if it pulls up from here. Looks weak though. Yeah, I would watch that close. What else are we looking at? DMB. Trying to break out of that bearish channel. Hasn't done it yet though. Distribution. Distribution range. Sweep of liquidity. Sheesh. It's the problem with pumping like this, yo. You leave nothing behind to act as support. I mean, nothing. Look at the gap. Just so you know the difference between this and how price should pump when it's going to sustain itself, right? And we get our W patterns. Right, and then price breaks out. And then we get our drop 1, right? And price breaks out. We get our drop 2, and price breaks out, and then we get our drop 3, and then you turn into a little M pattern, and then you end up just coming down, right? The difference is when you scale like this, you actually create support on the way up. Right? Which means when price comes down, it has places to catch. And there's high volume nodes at those points where we retraced and we continued. But when you pump like this, it leaves nothing. Right? There's nothing behind the catch price. So at that point, the FOMO has to continue, or you're going to give it all back. At that point, it's in the hands of sentiment. Which is why I never hesitate to take TPs on moves like this. It's a pretty decent gap it has there. So again, watch Bitcoin. If Bitcoin pumps and it creates some sort of FOMO and we start taking ranges and pushing up into 74, 75, then maybe things like H-bar and maybe things like H-bar and XLM can find another leg. But until then, they're going to come down and look for support. I'll take a look at it, Jack. That symmetrical wouldn't have a pole. I'm trying to find it on the chart. It's up here. This where it was? No, it doesn't look like. I'm trying to match it up with your chart. I can't. Okay, so this is right there, and then that. Oh, 38. So it's right around here. You have it on Heikenhashi? Is that why it looks weird? Oh my god. Yeah, so it's like right around here. Yeah. So for this to have been, you're just looking at a symmetrical here, which is really what it was. Right? With like a false breakout. But even if you came into it late, the pattern that I don't like to see at the top is what we see here. It's the same thing we saw in XLM. And this is what lets you know that the pump is being sold into. Right? Whenever you have that bearish channel up at the top, it lets you know that price is being basically sold into. Somebody's trying to dump off without killing price. Right? And then finally they end up dumping, taking a short, and then dumping the bag without buying back because they're done. And then price just comes back. But yeah, if you have there are some people that I see take a poll on a pennant. I don't personally. If it's not a flag, I don't pull a poll. But this is probably more of what you were looking at, which would mean that the measured move from that symmetrical for the most part played out. Yeah, I've seen it on log. Depends on how you pull it. Because if you pull it here, where it should be, in my opinion, we've already broken that. Right? Not only broke it, but broke it and fought with it. Now I've seen other people do this where they pull it from COVID. Right? If you pull it from COVID across the lows, interesting, right? The time frame shouldn't make that big a difference. Right? Still sitting at the same places. One I like is I can find my freaking chart. What is this? Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. I haven't looked at this chart in a long time. What chart is this? I'm looking for something specific. Give me a second. Smack. All right. This is what I was looking for. So as far as our straight lines go, right, from bottoms to bottoms, the most impressive one has been our top to top. Right? Our top to top give us the top of 17, 19.2, give us the top of 21. Just slightly missed the top of this bull market. Right? But what happens is our lows on this, from the top to the low, right? You came down 2 ranges. Right? Down into the 382 range. In 2022, you came down 1, 2, 3, 4 ranges. We're only in the 3rd range right now. Oh, we came back up into the 3rd range, right? It's the 4th range. 5th or 6th is where we should end up. Right? If the pattern continues. 5th or 6th brings us into my target area. Bull case, base case, bear case. But as far as tops and bottoms lining up, right? So now's when we can future trip a little bit. Let's go to the weekly. So trend is your friend till the end. Right? We hit our top. If our bottom prediction, and this isn't my bottom prediction, this is the bottom prediction by this chart that we're following, which is 47. It just happens to land next to close to my base case at 44, 46. And that should be the bottom by math if this continues. Well, if we have that set up and we can do all that, then that means we can run it forward, right? People aren't going to like this number because I'm already hearing 250, 275 at the top of the next Bitcoin bull market. But chart tells us 180. This is not the important number. Anybody that's worried, oh, damn, we're going to get to 180. This is not the number you need to be focused on. The number you need to be focused on is this number, 74.6, which should be the bottom of the next bear market. Which means if you don't accumulate Bitcoin and you decide that you just want to trade futures and whatever on the way up, right? then your next lowest opportunity should be in the 74s, 75s. Hell, let's say that's not a big deal. You made a ton of money. You're going to do it again, right? 233 would be the high for Bitcoin's bull market 2 seasons from now. Again, not the important number. Look at the low. That's 8 years from now. Now, I'm not saying this as any sort of promise on return. I'm saying this to let you know that if your goal is to accumulate Bitcoin, you're starting to run out of time. That's all. Don't forget, we were at 15 here and at 3. Right? So everybody has their own decisions to make. I just suggest that you make a plan for what that is that you want long term. Because these cycles move really quick. And they tend not to go backwards. No, not 1 to 180. Mid 40s to 180. Bro, who keeps coming into my office and breaking my lighters? Nah, I don't think it sees 200 next time either. Listen, I'd be happy if ETH breaks all-time highs during the next bull market. Should it? Yes. But we still have no idea what monetary policy we're going into. We assume that the money printer is going to be on and rates are going to be cheap. But looking at the world right now, I'm not really sure how we get there just yet. Money printer is going to be on. That's not a problem. Question is, where is it going? Because if we have to spend the next 2 years trying to save the bond market, then we're screwed when it comes to risk assets. And right now, every dollar that's being printed is going to save that bond market. Excuse me. I will be picking up ETH at the lows, though. No, I was over there on the couch. Give me a second. I'll be right back, yo. I'm here, y'all. Just finishing up some research.
Where did you meet? Modigliani. Person.
Bring that shit down.
Not sure. Right around the
Saw that.
So what? What did I miss? We're floating is what we're doing. My thesis is they come down, CME, grab this liquidity, retest daily open. We end up with a psychological range. That looks like this. Yeah, I can't keep doing this. Here, grab these lighters, throw this away from me. Just get them away from me. Thank you. Now I'm talking about tonight. By Sunday morning, I should say. By the time the psychological ranges are done being set, that's what I'm looking for.
When you say range, it's like overall range, not where it like starts and stops, right?
No, I mean
psychological.
I expect it to be. I expect if we get down to daily open, that's about as far as we go.
But it like when it starts, it keeps the biggest opening or like the top and the bottom.
High
It
and the
doesn't
low.
like start at one spot and then end at another, and that's it.
Yeah, it starts at a time and then it traces the high and the low between that period of time. There was and I don't know if they're right or not, right? Nobody knows. But a lot of the talk was it's funny too, because the people that you never hear from until certain things happen, right? I got DMs talking about, oh, what are you gonna do now that your weekly swing is over? It's not people in the group. These are people who are no longer in the group, basically. What do you do now that your weekly swing is over and the psychological range doesn't mean anything? Like, damn, you sound really certain about what's going to happen. You should rejoin the group. Because apparently you've got all the answers. The smartest thing to say right now is that you don't know, right? I don't know. I have a suspicion it's going to take a couple weeks to months to play it out, right? To see all the variables. But to be too sure of yourself right now is a big mistake. Nobody knows. But it's also important to understand the why for things. It's not just enough to know if an indicator works. It's not just enough to know if an edge works. It's not enough to know. You have to know why it works. Like, what's the mechanism behind it? So that when things change, you can know, does this change the mechanism or is this just, and then react accordingly to it. I probably just ignore those people. BNB is attempting that high volume node again. This is really important here. If we reject off of this high volume node again, it's probably going to take out the lows. That would be your higher low. Where, right here? At 37. Nice. Yeah, fell right through that gap. Your last little line of resistance there, support, I should say. That short's gonna get spicy if you break that. Just remember, probably a retest of the 50 in store. So any move up here isn't necessarily just a recovery, in my opinion. A retest of that and a rejection off the 50 gets you a head and shoulders, depending on how high she goes. Yeah, depending on where it ends up. Worst case scenario here to still be bearish is if they come back and test that volume node and then end up putting in like an M pattern. But you got to make a decision on how much of your short, if this starts to hold, how much of your short you're willing to give back. But yeah, basically I'd be looking at 35 and 36.7 for the retrace. Hopefully just bounces off that 13 and sends it for you. Yeah, everything's selling off a bit right now. But just normal what you would expect, right? It's not a secret that these tops are being sold, but it's also not a secret that the FOMO has stayed quite healthy. Wait. I'm gonna go down to lower
What
time
was that?
frames.
That saying they used to say, sell in May and walk away.
Mm-hmm. It's a dangerous one, that.
Oh, okay. mean, it wouldn't have worked last May. So
Yeah, we when we got into May, we went and did a full sell in May, go away analysis for back 15 years. That shit took me forever. Um, During the bear market, it's a little bit more than 50-50, but not enough to just close your eyes and swing at it. You know what I mean? And then the go away part is the part that really screws people up because there's been Mays that retraced for the first 2 weeks and then went crazy towards the end.
yeah, it has a ring to it, but I don't know how good it really is a strategy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's better just to be important. I mean, it's important to just look at it like be careful during the summer months, you know?
But like summer's coming up, you know, people want a little extra money, maybe go summer vacation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's funny because depending on if you're a bull or you're a bear, like you use different sayings. Like bears say sell in May and go away. And then bulls say April showers bring May flowers. So how about we just look at the chart, y'all? How about we just take a look at structure? Leave the nursery rhymes for the babies. I'm not mad at this pump. It's not giving me the same sort of XLM vibes. You are in a bearish channel, right? Like this is being sold into, but it's not as blatant as XLM was, and you're consolidating at the tops, right? Which lets me think that the hype is still, no pun intended, but the hype is still here. You've broke your range. This is really what's most important, right? You've broke your range and you've consolidated after your breakout, right? So you kept it from being turned into a deviation the way that this was. If we come back and we just look at the range we're talking about, right? You had a deviation out of that range, but it got accepted back into the range, right? And we know that in range trading, when you get a deviation, if you get accepted back into the range, price seeks out the top of the range again. If you break out and you don't get accepted back into the range, then that's a true breakout. Problem is there's no measured move for a true breakout, right? It could just pop up and then roll over. But the point is that this is actual intentional move to seek a higher form of liquidity, right? A higher range of liquidity. Remember what ranges are. All ranges are chunks of liquidity in the order books. Right? Price gets into this range, and then all of these people are allowed to transact in Bitcoin at the price that they want inside of this range without too much volatility, without price leaving the range, right? Because there's enough liquidity there for everybody. Once price leaves a range, it's in the search for new liquidity, not new liquidations, right? It's in the search for new liquidity on the order book. When it stops, it's because it found it. And so there's a decent amount of liquidity where we're sitting now. All of these people have been able to buy, sell without pushing or dropping price too much. Let me see something because now I'm interested. Perps, yeah, that'll do. My bad of flashbang. Give me a second. It's so crazy after looking at Bitcoin for a while, right? To come and look at things like alts and see that there's only $8 million worth of liquidity on the entire book. I wonder why alts can move so hard. It literally costs $8 million to send this shit on a trip right now. Buy side liquidity is sort of low. You've got people above, obviously, that are interested in taking profits. And these are all your TPs that are set up. I'm trying to see where the major imbalance is. $9K, almost $10K seems like the biggest wall there. And it's sitting at, not it. All right, so that's a 789. Go back to board. Thank you. What was that? I lost that number already. 74 something, right? I don't know, 75.5 as 13. I didn't see that before. To the downside, what are your biggest buy walls? $12 at 67.8. Yeah, 20 at 67.2. There's definitely some buyers waiting in the wing. I'm guessing these guys are heavily defending long positions. Did he just spoof that shit in front of me? He did, didn't he? It's rude. Like 9K now. I just keep resetting. All right, give me a second, yo, because if this is gonna pop, it's gonna do it now. I hate to oversimplify it, but to see if hype's going down, we've got to wait to see if the hype goes down. But there's definitely people in the wings waiting to catch price in this range, which honestly is sort of leading me to think that there might be some distribution going on. Remember how distribution works. Right? The main problem is that you have $1 billion worth of hype that you want to sell, but you can't. Right? Because if you sell $1 billion worth of hype, the first 10% of your trade is going to fill here. The second 10% is going to fill here. The third 10% is going to fill here. By the time you're done, you probably got like a medium fill of like 53, 54 or some shit. Right? So how do you get rid of that much coin without creating slippage? What you do is you have to do it slowly. Right? So they'll come off and they'll dip. They'll sell a couple million. They'll take a short and they'll sell a couple million here. Right? Price comes down. They take profit on that short that they just took, and they put those profits into spot position, and they go long. Right? So now that money's pushed price up back to where they can sell from. They take profit on their long. They sell the position. Price comes down as they short it. They take profit on their short. They long again. And they keep price in that range, right, until they're done selling off completely. So the point is that $1 billion, selling that $1 billion off at this point might cost you 12, 13, 14, 15 million, right? And having to buy back to keep price there. But buying it all at once will cost you 50, 60, 100 million in slippage. The reason I say that's what it looks like is because you've got all of these large orders that are set, right inside of this range to catch price. So that could be two things. It could be somebody defending a long position, right? Let's say you bought this dip, you went long, your liquidation is right underneath. You've got a $1 billion long position in this, right? You might spend another 300-400 million defending it. This is what Wyckoff spent his whole life trying to figure out for us. Right? How you can tell the difference between accumulation or distribution, because they're both the same pattern. And slight differences in where you get your springs and where you get your signs of weakness. But for the most part, it's the same concept, just in reverse. You're trying to accumulate at the lows, but you don't want to send the price because you're not done accumulating. So every time price gets to the top, you dump, bring price back down into your accumulation range so that you can buy again. Right? But structurally, this isn't what this looks like to me. Structurally, this looks a little bit more like distribution. Bitcoin's still sitting. Okay. Tons of bearish imbalances here to get over. Yeah, I know there's a lot of shit hitting it. Somebody was mentioning earlier about alts hitting ATHs during the bear market. I want you to pay attention to the alts that are hitting ATH and that are hitting ATH during the bear market. 99.99999% of them are new cycle coins. They weren't here during the last bear market, which means that they have no resistance above. That's why it's easy for them to be in price discovery at this point. Also, another thing that they have in common, about 90% of them already hit their 1010 wicks. So you're talking new cycle coins that took massive drops, that recovered their imbalances, that have no topside, no real topside resistance. And they're obviously eating off of hype right now. Not hype, but hype. They've got good buzz. Indy, what's the word, bro? I'm good, man. Good. Better than yesterday, not as good as tomorrow. Just chilling, bro. Been using this sort of like sideways grind range to get a lot of shit done. Just doing a lot of back end stuff for the Discord and the YouTube. Bear markets for me are like my get shit done time. That way when the bull market comes, I can just lock in and everything's taken care of. Yeah, brother, anytime. You know where we're at. Yeah, I've been trading swings. My shorts on like MicroStrategy and some of my legacy shorts are sort of carrying the heavier load. I'm just bubbling up dry powder on every dead cat. Yeah, it's been healthy for the last couple months for sure. A lot of people needed that for the alts too, man. I know a lot of people won't admit it, but I know a lot of people held alts way longer than they should have into this bear market. And this has saved a lot of people. I'm just worried that they don't take the rescue ship, right? That they sort of, I'm worried they confuse it for a rocket ship when it's really a rescue ship. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Was good, fam? Anyone on?
What's up?
Hey, chilling like a villain, and you? How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm just getting work done. I'm always getting work done though.
That's
How's
good.
your
Anything exciting for Saturday?
work?
Work hard, play hard.
Monday. You gonna be at school tomorrow?
Indeed. Yes, I am.
Wait, is there school tomorrow or is it spring break?
Oh, actually, I think it is spring break.
Just realized
But
that.
I don't know. Dbloc's been talking about like the AI class or something, so maybe that's what we're gonna do. I don't know.
Well, if we do anything, I'll be on all day anyway. So
Yeah. Are you on any trades at the moment?
yes, but they're shorts.
That's
So
what I like to hear.
yeah, but right now it's not going down; it's going up. I'm still hanging on to them because, yeah. Are you on any trades?
Yeah, my big positions are shorts, but I'm hedging a little bit on a little quick scalp longs.
I almost hedged Bartcoin, and then I didn't. But I then now realize that it's going up. So it's all good though. So what do you think about this weekend trap being so weekend trappy, like way more weekend trappy than the last few months?
Yeah, no, it's quite interesting. I kind of have a little hypothesis that the Asian market makers are a bit not scared, but kind of like, wait, what do we do now? I don't know
Maybe
if we've seen them test the waters just yet.
my hypothesis is that they want to make this weekend look as trappy as possible so that they can embed in people's minds that the trap still exists. That's my theory.
That's not a bad theory, but how long do you think they'll play it till they pull that band-aid away? They can't hold it for that long.
If it's profitable for them, they might want it to continue. And the more people who believe it, the is that how it works? I don't even know how many people know about it. It's the important people know about it. But I think it'll stay the same until it stops working. But will it stop working? I mean, there's been always
Yeah,
times that the weekend trap just didn't work, like where we just dump, entire weekend or pump.
yeah, you got fair points there. That is the million-dollar question.
But it could be like the standard, something that they kind of shoot for because it's a pretty good, I mean, they put it on algos usually during the weekend. And I'm sure everybody's used to going and golfing or whatever they do. So
Yeah, that's another good point because
I'll think,
why would the market makers want to come work more hours?
right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
But who knows? Or maybe they just want us to think they're going to keep it. But, I mean, that would be the same as the weekends that just go out of control, It wouldn't be that much of a trick. But it looks like, to me, it looks like they're going to keep. I mean, I see a possibility. I see a world where they keep it. that it's going to happen, but it definitely could. And that's all we have to go on right now.
Yeah, I think it was invest in the, or what was it? Invest in the possible and hedge against the probable. Something like that.
Wait. Maybe the other way around.
Yeah, I think I did say it backwards.
Right? Unless you're just talking about counter trading everything.
Are you playing hype?
Yes. I'm not feeling too confident in these shorts though. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh wait, it just what's it doing? That might not be a bad thing. I'm on the 1 minute. It could be a stopping volume. I don't even have a good reason to be shorting. I mean, I looked at it earlier, but then I got busy with work. And then I just kind of felt like it was time to go down, but I should have invested. Oh god, darn it. Do push-ups again. Why is it always on the weekend I have to do push-ups? I don't understand. Yeah, I didn't analyze the chart as well as I should have before I entered the trade.
I'm here, y'all. Give me a second. My buddies went to Europe on vacation and just sent me a video. Just watching it real quick. What's good, Joe? My bad, I had to handle that real quick. Need to travel, man. Homies having all that fun without me.
Travel where?
What happened?
Where you have to travel to?
Oh, I'm just talking shit. A couple friends of mine just went on a trip around Europe, hanging out,
Oh, it's mega traveling.
bars, painting trains. Having fun.
No fun during the bear market.
Right? You saw that, right? Kill just literally erased all my shit. I had to like reset. That first measured move was hit when we pulled it. Like I went from the larger W. Was at 70 flat. 2618 would be a 75 rejection. I'm not in a hurry. I'm cool with it. If it just scales out. Just a quick little trade. And some momentum. Don't be like me, y'all. Don't buy things at their time. That was an educated guess due to volume. Mm-mm-mm. I don't gotta tell you that 200 EMA is getting real lonely. Hype. This thing has been money too on the hour. Look, I was just it rise to 13, right? Like it's so strong, so strong. Basically, what we have to watch here. If we lose the 13, then you could come down to your 50 for an actual retest for the first time in a while. If you traded this 1350 strategy, then your entry was somewhere around 67.5. And your 13 never crossed. And so you're still in the game here. I don't gotta tell you, though, I hate this pattern. It's worse the more you back up. I was saying earlier, imagine if trading view candles worked like this, bro. People would get so wrecked. This shit, these candles, if you're not, if your emotions aren't in check, these candles can be triggering. I think they're amazing. I love to see the fill rate because it makes a difference, right? Well, what these candles show you that trading view candles don't show you as well is velocity. The velocity of candles is important. My bad, it's hype. We're looking at hype right now. Bitcoin's just, yeah. So, and if it breaks out above 743, then I'm going to consider that the false move. I'm not playing it. I'm watching it. Remember, I'm trading everything by momentum until we figure out the new cipher, basically. But I'm watching it. Right? I'm mentally paper trading it as if it was false move up, no matter what my actual trade happens to be, although I am long. When things change, right, or like when you're trying to see how something runs, you have to base it against either a thesis or a prior cycle, right? Because you have to see what's different and what's the same. So the way I'm looking at it is, in my head, I'm playing it like if CME never went away. And then I'm keeping track of how many things change, how many things stay the same. And then we run that forward 2 to 3 months till we got a big enough data set to say that we've actually got an edge. And then we get to the bag. Actually quite impressed that Keo remembered my setting. Can't just get rid of the trend. I don't want the trend line game. Can I just get rid of it? That's not it. There we go. And it won't let me put it to 0, of course, because that would be too easy, right? And then I need to flip levels, show price, right? Let's go middle. There we go. One more little adjustment. Hold on. One that we don't need. And our golden pocket in there. All right. This rising wedge is a bit of an issue. What I was hoping we would pop over and hold here, but excuse me. Ugh.
Like the rising wedge. It's one of the things I was looking at.
You're in the short, you were saying, right?
Yeah. But not a confident short. It's a little
Yeah.
bit
I mean, I'm not mad at the idea of it. Is it an old short or is it like new?
It's not old, but
This
I'm
high?
underwater.
You shorted this high or you shorted one of these?
Oh, I'm looking. Try. Oh, I have to look.
I'm pretty sure you shorted this high and then you're slightly underwater now.
I'm at like 6796 is where I shorted.
Oh. Oh, okay. See. So you're yeah. You're pretty underwater right now.
Yeah. It's not a huge trade though. I mean, it's not that bad. I'm only 120% under. Which really, I mean, for this isn't that
So now the question that you know is coming.
What's my leverage?
No, I'm assuming that that's tight, but what was your stop loss and why hasn't it hit?
Oh, yeah, because I
Hmm.
was still deciding where to
About
put it.
that. About that. No, what
Yeah,
happened? I'm
otherwise you
sorry.
wouldn't hear the nervousness in my voice.
Aw.
But I mean, it's not that I'm against putting a stop loss in. It's just that I'm undecided.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to add something to my list of trading rules, and that's not getting into a trade when I'm deep in work.
Oh yeah,
I'll just
that's a good one.
plus-
That's definitely
Yeah.
a big one.
You might not like this Dbloc, but I put a rule that if it's an altcoin, I gotta use stop loss and take profits. The only way I'm okay not using it is on Bitcoin.
Wait, what? You had me until the end.
Yeah, I figured. That's why I left it till the end.
You try to like sweeten the whole thing up.
Yeah,
I mean, I
yeah, I'm
hear
getting
you,
there.
but okay, so this
Step
is
by
my
step.
this is my concept. This is because I've thought about it a lot, right? Like I've literally like sat here and put mental effort to why is it that people are so against stop losses? Like, and the only thing I can come up with, and maybe this is subconscious, right? And I'm just shooting the shit, right? So don't, if it doesn't apply, then let it fly. But what I think it is that you're not confident about your entry, right? So you're
Vice
confident enough
versa.
about a direction, right? You're
For
confident
me,
enough
it's
about a
vice versa.
direction, but you don't want to take the risk of getting stopped out. In other words, right? Because you think you're just going to get stopped out and it's going to move in the opposite direction. But if that's what you think, then that means that you're not really sure about direction. Right? Maybe you're taking a trade when there's still too much volume, where there's that possibility of popping out and getting stopped. Right? Maybe you haven't built enough conviction to say, okay, I'm comfortable with how much volume is died down. Unless A, B, and C happen, a stop loss around this area would probably be safe. There's an unknown
Yeah, I
there.
see what
There's
you're
a,
saying,
you know
but
what I mean? Like there's an unknown that's keeping you from protecting yourself because what if? And in most cases, it's if I get stopped out and then it does what I thought it was going to do. Because you remember the last time that happened.
yeah, I hear you on that. But when you're sniping, there's kind of it's kind of I feel harder to kind of
When you're
place a stop loss
when you're
until.
sniping, getting stopped out is part of sniping. Getting stopped out is part of sniping. It's like missing.
But you just double down and you all good in the hood.
Until you're not, right? Until it just goes bad for longer than
Nah, the double down, that one definitely got to have a stop loss for sure.
That thing could get you. Yeah, you can just start throwing good money after bad money, and it can get bad real quick. Another thing that I think is true is that we always remember the stop losses that get hit, and then it does what we thought. Always, like those get burned into our minds, right? But we don't even think about the stop losses that get hit and saved us. Like, oh, whatever, it's no big deal. But that loss, it's almost like a revenge that you carry. Like, I'll never let that. You'll never do that again. Oh, that's tricky. I see what you did there. You stopped me out, and then you did what you were. I'm never gonna let you do that to me again.
Especially on volatile coins, though, because even if you get a good entry, they're very likely to wick up and get you, and then go exactly the direction that you thought that they were going to go.
That just means you need a
Yeah.
bigger. That just means you need a bigger stop loss. Have you guys been using the sizing calculator?
Like for this might not be the best example, but here on Hype, I shorted at 69 and 910, and then got stopped out when it went up to that 70.4, and my stop loss was at 70.28, or yeah, 70.2800. Yeah,
Okay. Are you guys using the sizing calculator to know where you can safely put your stop loss, where you can afford to put your stop loss on certain?
I'm doing 20 push-up, coach. I'm not using it.
You guys are making this a lot more difficult than it needs to be. Just because you have a stop loss doesn't mean you have to go one ATR stop loss right at, ninja stop loss right at entry. Like there's times where you can go 5% stop loss. But if you're going to do that, then you've got to size accordingly. And so it's not don't ever use a stop loss or only use a stop loss when there's an obvious. No, always use a stop loss and let that stop loss tell you what the size of your trade can be. Sometimes it's going to be a small trade. Sometimes it's going to be a big trade.
Okay,
The sizing
I have a
calculators
quick
in
question.
the sizing calculators in the Discord, Joe.
All right, so we're sniping this topless, for example,
Mhm.
and how the hell do you have enough time to go and do the sizing calculator and all this and all that when by the time you get all that you're already a couple points down?
Well, one, you should have it up, first of all. Two, being a couple points down doesn't matter, right? Getting a Pico entry on a coin that you're not sure about, you don't have an angle, you don't have an edge in, or you're improperly sized in, isn't a benefit, right? Sometimes slowing down will help you on that. But once you have the sizing calculators just in the beginning, when you don't, hold on, when you don't understand sort of how it works, right? But I'll give you an example. And I still have to, the reason I haven't passed the new one out is because I need to add the shorts to it. And I got to remember where I put it in the Discord. I've got to redo it because I know you guys, you need it in both directions. I can't find it now. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. The risk calculator, not a, yeah, so it's here, right? Let me, let's assume you wanted to take this type 2 entry to go long, right? Or, you know what? Let's assume you wanted to take this type 2 entry to go long, right? To take this move to the top side. So you'd pull out your sizing calculator You'd put your total account size. You would add what your total account size is. That's the entire bag, right? Because the point is that you can't risk more than 1 to 2% on your entire bag if you want to stay in the game. So let's say you had $10,000, and let's say your entry price was say you wanted to catch the Pico bottom 67128. Right. And you wanted to put your stop loss and ATR or so underneath your type 1 entry just to be safe. The reason I'm doing that is because people think that you can't do this, right? People think that that stop loss is way too big and you're going to have too much of a drawdown. And then they're too sort of scared to put it right here because what if it gets stopped out? So then they just don't put a stop, right? But just go to your calculator, find your safe spot, 1 ATR, 2 ATRs. We'll call it 66 flat. Right. And let's say you want to risk 1% of the portfolio. That means that your total risk is $100. But how do you make your total risk $100? Well, you have to make sure that your sizing is correct. Right? So to keep, since your stop loss is 1.6% away, to keep your risk at $100, your total position size could be 5,900 out of your 10,000. A lot of people are going to realize when they do this is that they could be sizing a lot heavier into trades safely. Right? A lot of people worry about risk calculators because they think it's going to make them size less, you know, and they don't want anybody like, but there's times where, you know, like how many of you looking at this trade would have thought that it was safe to put half of your portfolio in a spot long? Right? You sort of, your body sort of like rebels against that shit because you're like, wait, I'm risking half. No, you're not risking half of your portfolio. You're risking $100. The proper size of the trade to make that risk $100. Now you can go less than this, obviously. You don't have to. And let's say you feel uncomfortable putting that much cash, right? Half of the cash up. That's when you go into leverage. Right? If you don't want to put the 5,900, then you can 10x $595. Same risk, same reward. Now let's look at it different. Let's say you were catching a falling knife. 66.3. And let's say you wanted to go stop loss, 2 ATRs under to be safe, which looking at the candles is hard because it's Hekinashi, but let's say 65.9, just as an example. You see what your total position size goes to now? Right? Well, how do you do that though? You've only got 10K. You don't have 16K. That doesn't mean you have to. It just means that your acceptable size for this trade with the risk that you're taking with where your stop loss is 16. Well, how do you fulfill that? Well, again, that's another use of leverage. Right? You don't need the 16K. You've got 1,600 and you can 10x that. Problem is that on 10x, that stop loss is going to get eaten pretty quick. So if you're on leverage, you're probably not going to have a 2 ATR stop loss. You're probably going to have something more like a 4 ATR stop loss. Either way, it doesn't matter. As long as you can get that shit out of your system where getting stopped out feels like a L, stop me out. It doesn't matter. The one that doesn't stop me out is going to make out for the 5 that did stop me out. Right? As long as I'm properly sized. Does that make sense? Let's take the opposite. Let's take the opposite approach, right? Let's say you wanted to long here, right? But where do you put your stop loss? and you're not a sniper, you don't want to worry about 2 ATR. You want to take a comfortable trade that you can actually go eat dinner with the family and live your life, right? So you're like, all right, well, the only real viable place to put your stop loss would be all the way over here. But I can't take that trade, can I? Well, let's see. Right? If your entry's at 66.2, we'll leave it there, 66.3. But your stop loss instead is at 64. You see what it does? You still take that trade. You can long that with $2,800. And even if it comes all the way down and takes this out, you're down $100. Right? Or you can, it's $200 or whatever. So paying attention to sizing is both going to make people realize that they can size larger sometimes. It's also going to make people realize that they're sizing too big. But hopefully what it'll do is open up trades that you thought weren't possible. We talk a lot about sniping here, right? But I don't want people to feel like that's the only way to trade. Yeah, it's great. It's amazing. You saw what it does to your, you saw what it does to the trade having such a tight stop, right? You can throw 16K on leverage, or you can throw your entire, could have thrown your entire 10K bag and risked $100 to see if it played out. And if it played out, you winning, right? There's no limit to how much you can put into a trade as a rule. There's a limit to how much you can risk. But if you're not using a stop loss, then you can't control your risk. And if you can't control your risk, if when you take the trade, you don't know where your stop is, it's impossible to size it properly. You're missing. It's like those things, like those tests in school where they'd be like, if Johnny has 5 apples and Susan has 3 oranges, how much are bananas? And then they're like, what's missing? Like if you don't have your stop loss, you can't finish the equation. You need to know where your stop loss is to know how far it is away from your entry so that you can do the math to see how safe you can properly size. And then at that point, once you know that your sizing is on point, then you don't hesitate to take trades anymore. You know what I mean? It's like in and out, whatever, in and out, in and out, in and out. You still have your rules, right? 3 trades lost in a row, take a break. I don't want to lose more than $300 if I'm, you know what I mean? Like there's a certain amount there that take a chill break. You lose more than 5% of the portfolio in a day, out of there, dead day, regroup. Stop losses, if used properly, are definitely your friend.
You make some strong points there.
It's just the longevity of it, bro. That's really all it is. Like the best argument for stop loss is longevity. You got to be here to trade another day. And that sort of ensures it. It's part of the quantitative edge, right? Has anybody read that Thinking in Bets? So it's that poker book that we have in the library. So like it just talks about having a strategy and trusting it and playing the numbers, right? If you know your strategy is going to win more times than not, then you got to take the L's on the chin and you got to trust the strategy. Now, the problem is it's more than just strategy. It's also your risk, right? Because you could have the best strategy in the world, but if you don't have your sort of risk management, then it's not safe to swing as much as you would like to. But if your strategy is on point and it's got a quantitative edge, it wins more than it doesn't. Your risk tolerance is on point, which lets you lose the times that it doesn't win without getting knocked out of the game. Then the rest becomes easy, bro. It's just swing. You know what I mean? Just wait for your setups and swing. Yeah, that's another one too, right? Like once you're set and you actually do move away, because this is what's important, right? You have to decide whether you're going to take 1 or 2% risk on a trade. Now, listen, if you guys want to risk 5% of your portfolio on a trade, or if you want to risk 10% of your, but that's on y'all. I'm just trying to let you know the safest way to do it. But if you do decide that you want to risk 1%, right, on the trade, that means that your stop loss, if it gets hit, you're going to lose 1%. When you're in the trade, let's say your stop loss is there, you're in the trade and you've now pulled away. Let's say you get to here. Oh, because I know this happens a lot. This is actually a really good example of this. So price pops down, you go long, you set your stop. Right? Price pops up, so you don't take profit, comes back down, starts to look like it's going to take off again, right? You start thinking, I want to add to this position. I know it's going to go up. Right? I want to add to this position. I didn't go in as heavy as I wanted to. Well, if your stop loss is still down here, you can't do that. Right? You can't do that because you're already at your max risk of 1%. So how then do you add to a position while still maintaining good risk management? Right? Well, you need to take that 1% off the table. So if you can move your stop loss up to your entry, that 1% goes to 0. Right? Now there's no risk on the table. Now you can look at your setup, look at where you want to put a stop loss, figure out where that 1% risk is from where you are, right? Add money to the trade, and then that's your new stop. But until you take that 1% off the table, you can't keep adding risk, right? The problem is that people will do this and they'll be like, okay, I started, I'm only risking 1%. And then it ends up being a macro trade, right? So you end up adding to the position here, and then you add to the position here, and then maybe you add to the position higher. And before you know it, you're risking 6% of the portfolio. Yeah, trailing stop loss definitely help with that. Right? One of the, in my opinion, best things you could do, trailing stop loss 1%. That's it. That's your game, right? You don't want to lose more than 1% on the trade. Trailing stop loss 1%. As soon as you move away from price, that's a free trade. You don't even have to look at that shit anymore. If it stops out, cool. You know you didn't lose more than 1. Check your portfolio, see how much you gained. Right? If you come back and it's still going, cool. Right? Win-win. We're all going to make mistakes, man. The name of the game isn't to build your strategy off of best case scenarios. Right? You want to build a long-term strategy off of worst case scenarios. And then the best case scenarios, let them happen as they would, right? I know it feels slower. And I know some of you are going to look at that sizing calculator and do the math and be like, bro, I don't have a $10,000 portfolio. I got $4,000. This thing's telling me I can only risk $40 on this trade. Yeah, it's telling you can only risk 40, but it's giving you a safe way to use your entire portfolio on a trade to help start to compound that wealth to something. Right? And ensuring that you only lose 40 out of your 400. What kills me the most is how disrespectful people are with their money. And it's usually the people with the least amount of money. Like, it's only $200. Oh, nah, it's not. You know, I don't have a big account. It's only $1,000, bro. You should be even crazier with risk management than than anybody is. Right? Like, those are workers. Your dollars work for you. Like, they're meant to go out and do stuff. I hate that saying money you can afford to lose. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. I prefer looking at it like money that's meant to work for me. Right? The money that I put in the market is the money that's meant to work for me, not the money that's meant to buy me shit, not the money that's meant to pay the lights, not the money that's meant to buy the food. Right? These are my employees that go out into battle. But because of that, it's your responsibility to defend them, right? Because they're out there fighting for you, and that's literally the only army you have. So to be like, I only have 200 soldiers, I'm gonna just ride this to stop, or I'm just gonna ride this to entry, or I'm just gonna ride this to liquidation. You know, especially when you're in positions where like you've turned that 200 into 350. It's like, bring those soldiers home, right? Now your next battle. But y'all know I don't gotta tell you this shit. I sound like a broken record. This entire bear market, I've been doing nothing but building my army up. Not sending my army into battle that's supposed to be the end of the, you know, apocalyptic end time battle. Like, no, it's just going out there to get more soldiers and bring them back. That's it. Oh, cool. Y'all came back with 300 more soldiers than you had before. Cool. So y'all came back with 50 more soldiers. Bet. Army gets bigger. Right? And every soldier lost is mourned. Because every dollar lost during the bear is 10 during the top of the bull. Right? $5 to $10 at the top of the bull. So you start doing the math on that. It's supposed to be Serbo. The only variable there is CZ. Because if there's one thing CZ loves to do is sell Bitcoin to pump BNB, you know? But if you were to take CZ out of the equation, then I'd say, yeah, it would run just like everything else. Problem is, you just never know. You just never know when the boys gonna step in and do something crazy. But really close. I mean, we came really close to triggering that false move. And a little bit short of that W measured move as well. Let's go check on hype. What are you up to? Hasn't come down a golden pocket yet. Mr. Beast just did a surviving 7 days in the Arctic or whatever. I'm like, gang, you're Mr. Beast. Stop.
That's what I'm saying. The whole thing's fake.
You're Mr. Beast, gang. There's 7,000 people out there with you.
Bro, literally the first like 30 seconds of watching that, I'm like, there's no way he's actually gonna put himself through that.
You know, Agent 00, the streamer.
I've heard of him.
He's in AMP. He's been on this kick lately where he wants to do all that survival shit, right? And you know how these survival shows are. There's a million people out there, bro. There's medics. There's all types of shit. His dumbass went out there with his cameraman and one other person to the North Pole. He spent like 7 hours digging into snow trying to build the igloo. And then they couldn't figure out how to tie a knot to a tree that would hold, and they had to pack up all their shit and go home, bro. The sun went down and they were out of there. They were in a hotel by like 8:30. It was the funniest shit ever. And then halfway through it, where they're building it, some people walk out of the woods with cameras, and they're like, "Hey, it's like stream snipers." Like somebody that lives up there found them. I'm like, bro, they're probably like they're 300 feet away from a Kmart or something. You know what I mean? Like in the back lot.
Oh yeah.
Nah, that shit isn't easy, bro. You're not, unless you're Bear Grylls. You know what I mean? Like, or that one dude. Nah, there's one dude that does it where he's by himself, and you'll see him. He'll like put the camera real far, and I have to walk all the way back and do the slow motion scene, walking things. Got to go back and grab the camera. I'm like, bro, you're crazy. But nah, bro, come on. You've been streaming on Twitch your whole life. Just stay home, brother. The nature is not for you.
Bro, I'm sick of these IRL streamers, bro.
I live in Miami. You don't got to tell me.
They just clip farm, bro. Every second they're on the video, they're just trying to clip farm. And like, I get it, it's a business, but like, it's annoying as hell.
Miami's like influencer central, bro. But you know what the thing is? Like, you know where to go and where not to go. Like, there's certain clubs where you know if you go, there's going to be 14 live streams. Right? There's a bowling alley in Brickell. They're always in that shit. There's a couple restaurants. Because the thing is that most places won't let you film inside. So they all end up chilling in the same spots, basically. That's why you always see all these streamers together in the same. Like, they're not friends. They're just the only place they can go. They've been kicked out everywhere else already.
Yeah, and you got the freaking looks maxing guy, Clav. Bone Smasher. What do you think about all that stuff?
I think we turned into a bunch of girls, bro. Like, not even trying to be sexist, but there was a time, and this was wrong. Right. This was wrong when it happened too. But like, it reminds me of when girls were going through the whole like anorexia, bulimia thing. But like, they were so focused on their looks, so they were just doing mad unhealthy shit. You know, you don't see that as much anymore. But now, like, the guys are doing it. Like, bone smashing is the type of shit that like girls used to do, like feet binding, you know, to keep their feet from getting too big, or like just weird shit that changed their body. Bro, you know why you can't get a girl? Because you're sitting at home smashing yourself in the face with a hammer, bro. This is the easy answer.
Yo, it's crazy.
And on top of that, to have the type of money that those kids have, well, not everybody, right? Because Clav's got all the bread, and you know, apparently he's the word on the street is that's Peter Thiel's little fine shit.
What do you mean? Like, that's his like?
Yeah. like his
That's his
little
like little boo thing.
his little boy toy. Yeah. And he
No
funds
way, bro.
yeah, and he funds his whole career and everything. There's this
You said
podcast.
Oh,
There's
really?
this podcast that he did where a girl apparently it's like a talked about thing, right? But that nobody really says out loud. And then he did this podcast with this girl and she brought it up and his face was just like he denied it and all that, but he looked at her like this is gonna cost you, you know that, right? Like, it makes sense. I mean,
What
look, the way you got to understand that, like, the same way that celebrities have backers, right? Like, celebrities are influential, right? So when people with influence, when people with money pay people with influence to influence the people that they, so the same way that, like, brand risk or the same way that Staked is going to back these, people because they know that they'll get people to gamble. Politicians and the elite eventually they're gonna have their streamers, bro. They're gonna have the people that push their agenda, that form things the way they want it to be formed, right? Like drive the community the way they want it to be driven. Your Andrew Tate, your Clives, your like those type of guys. My opinion, those guys don't come out of nowhere.
Why that podcast should talk about that girl in Clav. I'm pretty sure he stopped it and just got up and walked off.
Yeah, it was
Right
done.
after
Yeah,
that
it was
question.
done after that. Yeah. It was a wrap after that. There's a couple people that are just, and it's in music too, right? Like you get these plants every once in a while that come out of nowhere. They're just like created. That clavicular kid.
Wait, you're over in that area. Have you been over to his club?
Nah, that's one of those places, bro, that if you want to go be on a live stream on Twitch, go to that club. That's all streamers. Clav literally bought a club because he wasn't allowed in any clubs because of that dumb shit he did with Andrew Tate and Sneeko.
Oh, the thing in the
The
bus
Hail
and shit.
Hitler shit and yeah. Oh, talk about being clueless. They did that shit in one of the major clubs that's owned by one of the major families that owns almost 90% of the clubs in Miami. It was
Yeah,
a
it's
wrap.
pretty. Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
From that day forward, it was a wrap. And they're just not taking risks on any streamers at this point at all. They're like, you know what? That shit makes you look bad, but you're in the middle of your club, your DJ's playing that shit. First of all, the DJ probably got fired.
That's effed.
But yeah, most of those IRL streamers are a menace. I'd love to IRL though. Be fun. Take y'all around the city. I should open like a second channel or something.
Don't become a IRL streamer, bro. Just don't do
I'm
that.
going full IRL, bro. I'm gonna be in a yacht. Be in a
Bro,
yacht
how
with
is this not
OnlyFans
IRL
girls
already?
in the next 2 weeks.
You already are. What are you talking about?
That's the
Oh
method,
man,
bro.
sorry, not with the last part, but IRL stream, man. You're here like 24/7.
Yeah. But desktop, right? This would be considered a desktop stream.
Fair.
IRL is
fair.
taking y'all outside.
In real life.
Spooky out there.
But we
We used to do that shit all the time before I even had the channel. When we were just on Discord, I used to take Discord out with me on missions. I took Discord out with me to paint the Buy Doge train. That was fun.
Yo, that sounds bad to the bone.
Yeah, I'll do that. I can come in here. I can do that. I go to youth conference June 8th to June 10th, I can do a little vlogging.
Yeah, you could always post a bunch of videos and shit for sure.
Yeah, and I got the meta glasses too.
You know, those things actually worth it.
For me, yeah. I don't like using like earbuds or like headphones, so the music, I can just have the speakers. So yeah, they're worth it for me.
Bro, people act like a bunch of roaches and you just turned on a spotlight when you walk in a room with those things though.
Oh yeah, I don't even use them to record at all.
Now people are just like, whoa, hey, whoa, like, bro, chill out, bro.
As if there's not like 40 cameras as they make their way to
Yeah,
whatever they're
first
at.
of all, yeah. Second of all, like, bro, I'm not trying to save you for later. Like, you're good.
Right. God forbid you do it in the gym too. You're gonna get freaking accused of fucking recording like a chick or something.
That's the thing too, because now there's ways to make the little light turn off. They sell these little things that you put in the light so that you can't see it. So before it used to be like, as long as your little light wasn't on, you could just point at it and be like, look, I'm not recording, you know? But now everybody's like, sure. And even if they don't move away, even if they don't do anything, like when people think there's a camera around, they act different. Especially now, bro.
It's funny because there's security cameras everywhere.
Yeah, but they mean something that might be posted on social, you know, God forbid.
Right.
They do anything to screw up that fantasy that they're showing on socials.
Such a fantasy. That is the correct word.
I mean, I'm not mad at it, right? Put your best foot forward. I'm just mad at people who believe that shit and they actually like try to compete with it. You know what I mean? Like, gang, they're not living like that.
Yeah, I've been off of social media recently.
It's great.
It's much better.
And I've been considering to go back to put just to open stuff up for the Cypher or whatever. But shit, now that Claude could do all that, bro, go ahead and post your ass off. Just tell it what to post. They post it. It'll post ads for the channel and the merch and shit. You have to be on social, right? If you're doing business, you really can't afford to not be on social. But you don't have to be in it, you know?
Yeah.
Talk about in it. Bro, I had it bad before. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not proud of it. And it wasn't that long ago that I would carry 3 to 4 fights, 3 to 4 ongoing multi-hour fights with complete strangers on social media, bro.
Bruh.
In real time, like going back to check to see if they responded so I could say some like the dumbest shit ever, bro. I caught myself and I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I used to argue a lot on social media.
When you think about who you're arguing with too, it's like, gang, stop. Just what really, really, really made me say, you know what, I'm good is that's 95% of it is bots now, bro. Exactly. 95% of it is bots. They're literally just triggering you, bro. That's they're programmed to trigger you. You're not even talking with a real person. 90% of the time. That when I first heard that dead internet theory, I was like, it's a cool theory, right? It's something to think about, but it's, I don't think we're there yet. But now with AI, we're so close to that. Where it's literally just 1 out of 1,000 people you see on the internet is a real person. It's getting to the point that it's like arguing with the movies. It's like watching a movie and arguing with it.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie though. I had somebody mess me all the way up the other day. middle of an argument. I can't remember what it was. He said some dumb shit, and I went in. It was one of those good ones, bro. Like, you know, when you press send and you just know you killed it. It was like,
Yep.
what? And then so I just went away, forgot about it. I was on my little dopamine high and shit. And then I came back and he had responded. So I was ready to go in, right? And he was like, that's crazy. I never really thought about it that way. Yeah, I take it back. I think you're right when it comes to this. I even know what to say, bro. I still haven't responded to this day. I liked it and just put the phone down.
Satisfying, great.
Bro, what? I've never, bro, that's never happened before. I've never had one person that I actually argue with be like, nah, you know what? Never thought of it like that.
The good ending.
The point is that most people, bro, you're not going to change their, you know, they're not arguing with you to change their minds. They're not open to the mind change, you know, they're just tripping. Yeah, I don't care, bro. If that's it, then good. Then that'll make AI, that'll make the internet a better place. I hope it was like an empathic AI. The funny thing was all the comments underneath it. After that, there was like 78 comments underneath it. Like, well, that's a first. Never seen that before. Somebody was like, how'd you do that? But yeah, bro, you gotta watch your diet. That shit is bad for your diet. I don't doubt that some people on the planet are probably aliens. And I have always said, to agree with you, I have always said that the more allergies you have, the more alien DNA you're probably holding. Like those little kids that are allergic to dust and sun and grass and water and air. Like, bro, you're allergic to the earth. Go back home. I know where you're from, but it's not from here. Your people did not develop here.
Bro, you just blew my mind. I
wherever,
never thought of it that way.
yeah, bro. No, they developed. They developed somewhere else, right? Like they evolved on a planet that didn't have these things. How the hell are you allergic to grass? If you're allergic to grass out there, by the way, I come in peace.
You're still welcome in the Cypher.
Yeah. Just know that I know. But your secret's
Is there,
safe for me.
How many viewers do we have right now?
This is like 99 people watching.
Smash that like button, everyone.
Do you feel like any of them are bots? Or like, do you feel like most of the people that watch are real?
Nah, I mean the thing with bot, I mean maybe some of the shillers that come in are definitely bots, right? Like when we get those swarms that come in and they're like X4759 going to the moon, you know, and it's like, oh shit. I've definitely seen the mods go to war with bots. But nah, mostly not. It wouldn't benefit anybody, right? If you're gonna spend the money to do it, it's gonna be to sell something. And then I guess if I did it myself, it would be to pad the numbers, right? Like how people on Twitch just like bot their streams and shit. But it doesn't. Streams, the bots don't really interact. They don't add to your shit. It just ego thing, I guess. But it is for the reason they do it is because of sponsors. If you bought your streams, when you go to a sponsor, your sponsor sees that you have 10,000 concurrent on your stream, and then you can ask for a higher pay.
Yeah, and like I've never really seen anybody like watch like an actual streamer, so I think like all these guys are fire.
I'm not gonna lie. I watch a fair amount of streaming. It's sometimes I
I
use
mean,
it as
it's for you
as like background shit. Like it'll just be playing in the back. But it's
because like you
specific
literally just
people, you know. I think what
yeah.
happens with streaming is that you just there's one or two people you care about, and then eventually they probably meet other people, and then you start watching them. And but I don't watch a lot of Twitch. I used to when I was gaming
When I
more.
was like 13, I did.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
like you
Nah,
literally
that's the
like you stream like
demographic for
one thing.
sure. You got all day, right? You're sitting at home all day long. You just want to watch people that are older than you do shit that you want to do when you grow up. Or people that are your same age, right? Like some of these young streamers that are out there causing havoc. I'd have been all over that shit as a kid.
And then I found Bitcoin.
Let me see.
Bear market vibes in this server is totally different. It's crazy.
Yeah, Matt Chill, right? People that people that joined us during the bear, during the bull, they're gonna be like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
Am I on the wrong channel? Yeah, there's a lot of crazy family members y'all haven't met yet.
All the mics are muted. Like I see like a few people that have their mic unmuted. Some people got server muted. Wonder what happened there.
Usually bad mic situations or like repeated open mic sort of things. The music will do it too.
Oh yeah, copyright.
Yeah, it's bad. Because I leave the stream on all the time, right? So like somebody comes on with an open mic at, 8 o'clock in the morning and there's nobody here. And they've got some music on in the background. And YouTube's crazy with copyright strikes right now.
Is there any like groups or like events or conferences that you like to attend in Miami regarding like Bitcoin and stuff?
Um Apparently Benjamin Cowan is starting his own conference or something. I still haven't looked into it. I heard about it, but I would go to that. I would
I mean, you don't
assume
really
that
usually
it's
go to
gonna
the.
be more TA big. I mean, when there was when the Bitcoin conference was here, I would go to the parties and shit. I went a couple times. After you go like once or twice, bro, it's like you know what,
Yeah, it gets boring.
Yeah, you've been there. It's different going with a bunch of friends. Like if everybody was to go at the same time or something, you go because you're hanging out with people and then you're going somewhere that. But at the time, I really didn't have anything to show. Now with the channel, maybe it's a little bit different. Go talk to some people, rub some elbows, make some friends for some collabs, do all that yucky influencer
Oh yeah,
shit.
that'd be cool. You know, who you should collab with Tame the Arc. He's a great streamer. Not sure you heard of him.
I heard. I'll interview him when his 40K comes. When he gets his 40K, I'll bring him in for an interview.
He might get it.
Yeah, it's amazing, bro. Especially when you think about it, like he called it like 4 years ago.
Dude, I don't know how he knew, bro. It's crazy.
Hell of a call.
Do you think he's gonna like make a video being like, "I told you so"?
Yeah, of course.
Yo.
I expect a full montage of every time he said the word 40K. Fast edits.
I literally got banned from that server for saying something about how he called for 40K and it never happened. Like, how do you get banned for that? Like, what?
Yeah.
This is like a year and a half ago.
It was like a do-over, bro. I think dude just pulled a full do-over. Wish them all the best.
I looked at his channel. He does like the gaming content now. He hasn't posted crypto in like 8 months, 9 months.
A lot of crypto YouTubers take the bear market off. It's hard when you can't just say it's going up and then it goes up because you're in a bull market.
Yeah, it's not good for audience when you're in a bear, I guess.
Nah, to be fair, it isn't. It really isn't. Like, if my focus was to make as much money as I could on the channel, I'd definitely be streaming something else right now. Because crypto is not pulling the numbers that. But it's the bear market. It should be like that.
I don't see anything other than crypto. You'd be better off like doing sports gambling.
Yeah, if I was doing daily parlays, or if I was like just streaming like inefficiencies on Poly Market or something, you know what I mean? There'd be 5,000 people in here.
Yeah, it'd be at least like 3-4 times as much. What the?
Sounds like a nightmare.
Oh yeah, it's degenerate. Crypto just attracts the most degenerate people.
It used to, but you know, that's kind of the good thing about what's going on with the prediction markets. Like, you think about it, right? Like, what's the last meme that went crazy since Poly Market's been out?
Not a clue.
Yeah, exactly. They're all gone. They pulled them all into all the degens. The entire trenches is sitting in Poly right now.
So AIDS, bro. It's so AIDS.
Mm,
I understand the appeal though. It is fun, but like it's not a winning game.
Nah, the numbers are crazy, bro. When you do the math, people that lose on there versus the people that win. But it feels like it's fair to them. It feels more fair than crypto.
Yeah,
they don't know what the hell a RSI is, but they can go outside and see if they think it's going to be 67 degrees or 68 degrees, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or they know sports, or they know everybody's a political expert now, right? So they know politics. Like, they feel like they have an edge over there.
And then you got the insider trading, and then you got algorithms.
They're eating, bro. Are you kidding me? It is the best time ever to be an insider right now.
I need to go do some networking in freaking Los Angeles, New York City, where some politicians are at, so I can get some insider hits. DC.
Bro, all you got to do is go be an intern. Just go to Congress and put in applications for internships.
That's funny. I did it for the White House like a year ago.
I'm telling you, bro, that's all you need. Bro, if a simple internship as the copy boy on the Trump speech writing team, out of there. You'll never have to work another day in your life. Did you hear what did you hear Coinbase's the shareholder meeting the other day?
No, what they say?
Bro, Brian Armstrong got to the end of the meeting and was like, all right, guys, well, that's it. You know, it's been a good meeting. And before I go, since I know a bunch of people are waiting for this, cryptocurrency, blockchain, Web3, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and he just started reading out all the poly market words that they had bets on. Will he say this during? He literally read the whole list on poly and
That's
then
so
dropped the
stupid.
mic and walked away.
Oh, this market.
It's like, what? You're gonna tell me that he didn't have somebody place heavy bets on every single one of those? Like he just did that for shits and giggles? He didn't make no money off of that?
Hey. Yeah, fuck no. Frick no.
But how do you put somebody? What do you tell the judge? He knew. He said the words because how do you prove that? The way he did it.
Last?
What happened?
You think they're gonna last? Like, you think the government's not gonna be like, okay, this is getting out of hand?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. It wouldn't be difficult, right? All they'd have to do is label it gambling, and then gambling laws would take in most states. And then you would only have access in certain states, right? But nothing's going to stop people from VPNing into poly.
I should do that. VPN into poly. I had some decent bets on the presidential election. That's what it's good for. Like simple things like that. That's what it's good for. But just events on everything that's like where there's guaranteed it's gonna be insiders, it's just so dumb.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I've got a current bet going right now on poly.
Oh yeah, the Cuba one, yeah.
Yeah. Actually came down a little bit, but still looks like it's moving up and to the right. My goal is to sell it way before December because my belief that we're going to circle, threaten, wave our arms, and talk tough to Cuba is very high. Right? Which means that as that happens, this is going to climb.
Yeah.
Now, my confidence in an actual physical strike, not so much, right? Because when you read this, it doesn't say boots on the ground, right? It says the market will resolve yes if the U.S. initiate drone, missile, or airstrike on the soil of Cuba. I don't think that's going to happen, bro. I think if we go, their military does not need to be softened up. It's Cuba. If we go in, we're going boots on the ground, right? So if that's the case, and I'm hardcore future tripping right now, right? If that's the case, my plan is to ride the hype of the attack up and then TP and buy no last minute.
Could work.
Because if we can get up to like 70% yes, and that shit resolves no, oh my God. Eating.
I can see that happening.
And a lot of people don't read this shit. Right? For the purpose of this market, a qualifying strike is defined as the use of aerial bombs, drones, or missiles, including FPV or ATGM strikes, as well as cruise or ballistic missiles launched by any United States operatives. I can see that playing out differently. No, you can't. There's no stop loss.
So I was thinking.
Definitely, probably. So any strike on area, terrestrial, boats and missiles and drones. Missiles and drones that are intercepted and surface to air missile strikes will not be sufficient for a yes resolution, regardless of whether they land territory or cause damage. Actions such as artillery fire, which is probably, if they're gonna get softened up to be with artillery, small arms, ground incursions, naval shelling, which is probably the other way, and cyber attacks will not qualify. So you see what I mean? Do I think we're going into Cuba? Yeah, I think there's a good chance that we do. Do I think we're gonna bomb a little small tiny island to smithereens? No, I don't. I think we're gonna go in there, we're gonna run over whatever resistance we find, and we're gonna be liberators, quote unquote, or whatever, right? But it's hard to say you're going in to liberate the Cuban people if you're gonna destroy the entire city. And I don't know if you guys understand Cuba, but Cuba's like stuck in the 1950s, bro. A bomb goes off in one corner, the entire city's gonna crumble.
I don't know. I can see them doing like a drone attack or in some
Drones are the one thing that sort of concerned me about it. The drones are the
What
one
about
thing.
those energy weapons?
Yeah, I mean that wouldn't qualify. It's not on the list of acceptable attacks. Bro, wait, what are we doing? It's crazy, bro. The fact that I actually have real money on this, and that this conversation isn't just like, it's like an actual conversation, is nuts.
Shoot some microwaves at them.
Well, there's a lot of other things that we could do besides attack. And what I think is, I just don't think that the optics of it are good. I don't think the optics of full drone attacks or ballistic missile attacks on an island as small as Cuba is really something we're going to do. But that's the thing about poly, right? Sometimes it isn't about the resolution. It's about where are you and can that change between now and the time that it, you know what I mean? And you see it all the time. Like they always change. And last minute they'll start to change. People hedge their bets too. Right, which is why poly market bets never settle at 100 until it's done. Right, you've never seen a poly market bet at 100 before the time had run out, and that's because people will hedge their bets. There's a certain amount of people that hedge their bets, so there's a certain percentage on the top that's left. But what does that mean? If it's something that you can verifiably know, read the rules 1000%, verify that this is going to happen. Right? There's no way it's not going to happen. And poly market's only at 96%. Like, not financial advice, but mathematically, that's a free 4% if you're right about that event being locked in. And there's a lot of these bets every day on poly that are for whatever reason. Right? The information comes out early. It's one of those, who's Drake going to have on the new album? You know? And then they find out that Future flew to Canada on the day that Drake was recording, and Drake's limo service picked him up. There's still 2 weeks until the album comes out, but that's basically set, right? But if it's not at 100%, then there's still meat there. I mean, we trade for 3-4% every day on crypto. There's smart ways to do everything, right? It's like somebody that's counting cards versus somebody that's just drunk at the table.
One's having fun, one's making money.
Yeah. It's not till the next morning. But I think if you're going to play that game, the smartest thing to do is just take advantage of inefficiencies. Right? We have two markets that are both prediction markets that cover basically the same bets, right? But they settle at different prices. So, for example, if Polymarket has something at a 95% odds of happening, and Kalshi has it at a 2% odds of not happening, and both settle to $1, right? That's a free 3%.
Positive EV.
Technically, you could buy on Poly the 93 cents or the 95 cents, and then you could buy the no on Kalshi for 2 cents, and you're covered both ways. But they both settle at $1, so that 3% is inevitable. Like that, you have, But people don't think of it like that, right? They just want to gamble. As those markets get bigger, though, the inefficiencies will dry up. It won't be like that forever.
Quick.
Yeah, it won't be like that forever. And if you notice, if you play that game, you notice that that spread tends to close up pretty quickly. They don't last long. People are smart, but people already have AI on it. Not my mod, like they have AI on it. Aeon's not helping anybody do this stuff. He's legit. But I'm working on it too. I'm working on the same thing actually. I've got a Polymarket bot that I'm cooking up. It's going to be the world's most boring Polymarket bot. Like it's literally just going to be designed to find me free money. I heard a discussion the other day about AI that was really good. And it's stuff that I've already thought about. It's like how I tell you that I don't want AI to trade for me, right? Like I don't need AI to trade for me. I can do that. I need it to do everything else. But the conversation they were having was along those lines where it was like it was a group of builders. It was a bunch of AI builders. And they were saying like you have strength, right? As a human, you've got certain strengths that you've developed, things that you're good at, right? Like don't use AI for that. Use AI to fill the gaps, either in time, money, or skill, right? Because what happens is if you get lazy and you start using AI to do the things that you're good at, then you're done improving. You'll be stuck at that point forever. You're never going to improve any more your skills than they already are at that point. You're basically replacing yourself with the AI. So
I've
a
never let
mix.
Frank replace me.
So like a mix of artificial intelligence and the sharpest part of human intelligence. Right? I think it's the strongest way to sort of go about it. A lot of people will train bots to dumb them down and they will get dumber, right? Like the things that they used to be good at, they'll no longer be good at.
IQs are going to start dropping.
It's just reasoning, all of that, bro. Like, I saw a TikTok where this dude said that his boss is just going like AI crazy. He said he had a conversation with his boss the other day. His boss walks into the office, has a 30-minute long conversation with AI, and then comes back and answers him. Like, it's like you've outsourced all the thinking. You know what I mean? Like, all the reasoning is just being outsourced.
Like movies.
That's a tough question to answer in a couple sentences, DB. But I do plan on doing something for the Discord. And my hope is just to get everybody to the point where they can have their own personal bot that just makes days easier, you know, so that you can focus more. And it's not going to be just research type of stuff. It's everything, right? Personal assistant type. People like, I don't know, bro. I don't want to download. I don't want to like download my brain into a da da da. I'm like, bro, you do it with your wife right now, bro. I know guys that the second they got married, they downloaded 75% of their brain into their wife's brain. Babe, what's the name of that show we like? Babe, yeah, remember we went out the other day? Where was it that we went out to eat? When da da da. Like, bro, you just don't think no more.
That's real, yo.
That's the realest shit ever. I make fun of my boy all the time for that shit. I'm guilty too. I used to do the same shit.
I was gonna say, could you tell me about your zero human company? Like, how did you set that up? Like, what can you say about that?
I mean, basically,
Like NDAs and stuff, but
the structure of it is just the same as any other company, right? The only difference is that all the employees are AI agents, right? Like it's like being able to hire, it's like being able to open a company and then have the perfect person for the job come in on like every hire, right? Where like they come in empty and you can just download what you need them to do, and they don't come with any prior bad, habits, or they just literally do what they're told the way you told them to do it. They focus on the things you told them to do. They've each got their own specific job. It's great. I mean, it's not
are they working right now?
Yeah, actually I've got a report that I'm putting together. Let me see if they're done.
What is the actual like company?
up right now.
Like, what do they do? Like, what's their main goal?
What's a research company, right? So it's like what I'm doing is providing analytics on different assets to like small to mid-sized hedge funds that can't afford their own quant departments, or don't want to pay for their own. Yeah, they don't want to pay for their own.
What the? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a good idea when my boy called me. I mean, it's a win-win, right? Because I have access to some APIs and some of the stuff that in his company they paid big money to develop for their quant team. But he was like he was just tired of working for these. He's like, bro, we can do this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no reason that I'm tired of working at this job. I want to do, I want to do my own thing. But he's a quant, right? So like on his side, like he provided sort of all of the technical stuff that we need. And then on my side, I actually built the company and trained the bots to look for what they need to look for. Right? It's not, you can't just throw a naked LLM at this type of shit. And you need to teach it. You almost need to put it through schooling. Either that or you're going to lose your ass on tokens, right? Because they're going to try everything in the book and they won't know what's important, what's not important, what to focus on, what not to focus on. So it's pretty cool. So they each have their job, right? One of them, one of them does sentiment, one of them does technicals, one of them does on-chain shit, one of them does earnings, one looks for interparty risk, or looks for competitor moats, and just all the things that you would do when you're really breaking down an asset to see if it's something that's worth trading or not.
Okay, I see.
So they get a full sheet. I'll show you what they get.
How much you paying him? Paying him a good wage?
Dun, dun, dun. No. No. I'm a horrible boss.
No lunch breaks?
Oh no. Lunch?
No sleep break?
The only breaks
Yeah,
they get is
breakers,
when they
bro.
need me to authorize something and I'm asleep. And they get to just chill until I come back and click the button.
Do they have like ability to like you can give them like a card and like a spending limit and stuff like that?
Yeah.
That's neat.
Yep.
Yeah, I was looking into doing something like that, but I'm doing this freaking NFT project right now, and it's going well, but got hands tied up. Isn't it funny that it's an NFT project in 2026?
It's good, yeah, a little bit. You
I
bringing
brought
it
it up
back?
during an interview. I brought it up during an interview. I had interviews on Friday, and the interviewers they laughed at me.
That's funny.
Yeah. I'm like, I know, yeah, NFTs laugh. Go ahead.
Boom, boom, boom. Let me see. What's the last one that I put out here?
How much are you paying a month for the compute and the tokens?
Bro, that's the one thing that depending on, because I'm doing stuff also for like the Discord, right? So depending on how much other stuff I'm doing, it can be a lot. It can get to a lot.
So I assume you're paying like the max subscription plus extra tokens.
I've had to pay for a couple extra tokens. Yeah, there's been weeks. There's definitely been weeks when I've had to pay a couple extra tokens. Why is this not? Oh, there it is. Okay. What's this? Tolly's dog. Oh, this is the one that I did for. This is the one that I did for that shitcoin that Drew was looking at. I can't believe I paid for this shit. Like, he just didn't listen to me, so I was like, maybe he'll listen. Maybe he'll listen to the. And so this is basically what they get, right? They'll get a full PDF. Got basically a grade, right? These are the metrics that we're looking at, what the weight is for the metrics. Cycle countdown.
Hmm.
Yeah. Executive summary. Some of these executives, bro, they're not even going to look at all this shit. They go right to the executive summary, read it, and then just file it. Technical analysis, on-chain analytics, tokenomics fundamentals, investment thesis, both bull and bear, not picking sides. Catalyst calendar, risks, competitive moats, full scenario analysis, key takeaways. For sure.
Where was your boy Aquan at?
I can't say.
I understand.
I promised them I wouldn't.
Makes sense.
And then we have the consortium. So the consortium is like the Avengers of like my conviction council. Right? Same sort of deal. Except they will look at coins or they will answer questions. So this one specifically was wanting to know if SPX had topped. This one is different. This one have AI agents that are identical copies in their minds to each one of these traders. Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger, Peter Lynch, Kathy Wood, Michael Burry, Henry Druckenmiller, all the big dogs. Right? All the education they have. Look at every asset, the way they look at their assets. And give opinions. And then we have we show where they agree, where they disagree, what the key dissents are, stuff like that. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Have you heard of paperclip?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
The timing for the classes, well, they used to be they used to be on Thursday 4 to 7 and then Sunday 3 to 6 because of CME. I mean, at this point we won't change it. We'll probably just keep those hours, but that's Eastern Standard Time. And then yeah, all the classes are recorded. And then the classrooms have all the material, all the written material from class and all the whatever videos or podcasts or whatever teaching aids I make. The best part of it for me has been the DMs from people that are actually applying some of the stuff and finding success. It feels good. So as far as the AI thing goes, I think we'll do the AI agent. We're in spring break. I can't do it tomorrow. So I already made plans since I knew we weren't gonna have class. But this week, right? Maybe we'll slide it in this week at some point. At least the AI agent one. But then I do want to do a special sit down with anybody that has a Shopify store, because that one's going to be a little bit more in depth, but that one's going to be about building a Shopify manager, right? They can help you list, stuff and format your store and do all of that good shit. I know there's a couple people in here that have shops.
Yeah, I'm interested in that.
Bro, it's been, and I know it doesn't seem like it because it's taken me so long to launch this damn shit, even though it will be launched by the time spring break is done. But the reason is that it made so many things easy that I was like, I can do more. You know what I mean? That's the problem I'm having with AI right now. I'll be honest with you. In the beginning, I thought, all right, if I can shave 3 or 4 hours off of the day with AI, right? Like if I can turn my 6 hour, what used to be 6-7 hours worth of research a day into 3 hours, then that gives me 3 hours to do whatever I want, right? Bullshit. That gives you 3 hours to fill up with more work that you can do now because you got AI. It's exactly what happened, bro. I took all the free time that I had gave myself back by doing some of these automations and filled it up with other tasks. But that's a me thing, man. Don't be like me. You really can't take those hours and just use them to do your own shit, you know, or do nothing. Remember that? Remember you had hours of the day where you got to just do nothing? Zach? Yeah, I got you. Little retest of the 50 on hype. Well, target 3's hit. It's really hard to it's really hard to want to keep going here. This has been quite a ride. You're holding that 200, which is decent, right? But you haven't retested your 50, which is an issue. And so one or two things are going to happen here. Either you break this 50 hold and come fill vectors, or you're going to reject off that 50 and come test that 800 EMA. Half of this vector's already been taken, right? So that's not a huge deal. But losing that 200 is not something I would want to do if I was long. Now, if you're short, that's exactly what you want. If you short at this top, you're looking for a rejection off of that 50, and then you're looking to lose that daily open.
You still into Pith and Poly?
Am I what? Sorry?
Still into like Pith and Poly?
I'm not holding Pith, but I'm really big on it for the next sort of run. And
it's down.
Poly, I got to keep my eyes on. I mean, they were just named by Visa, which is big, but boy, they have got a lot to work on as far as like sentiment. But Pith, I mean, Chainlink, I expect to have an amazing year, right? And the only competition that Chainlink has is Pith. That doesn't mean that Pith won't have a good year. Normally, how it works is if one coin in the sector takes off, then it makes like a narrative run, right? So people that miss out on Chainlink will be looking at Pith, in my opinion. But Chainlink, Chainlink is everywhere. I can't think of the last major sort of announcement, stablecoin announcement, crypto announcement that didn't have the word Chainlink in it. These banks, since they've decided to go multi-chain, they all need to use Chainlink CCIP, cross-chain interoperability protocol. Right? That's what ties all these chains together. That lets Visa pick 7 chains and not have to go with just one. The thing is that there's no other competitor. Like when you're talking interoperability, is Chainlink. Chainlink CCIP is good. When these companies start paying for CCIP, which is a service like SAS, when they start paying for CCIP, Chainlink is going to have their revenue is going to be nuts. And then people will actually be able to value it. Because the thing is, right now, the only thing that's moving is institutional money. Institutional money does not invest in shit that they can't value. Right? If they can't give it a valuation, then like, how do you go to the board and say, we want to invest in this? Because if you look at their earnings and you look at their price to earnings ratio and you look at there's none of that, right? There are no earnings 9 times out of 10, right? There is no revenue. The shit that we're doing over here is almost like VC, right? It's like crowd-funded venture capital. If you give me the money for this idea, I'll build it. and then we'll make tons of money. But most of the shit isn't even built yet. So when Chainlink starts to have, you know, real verifiable revenue, then you're going to start seeing institutional money start to flow in my opinion. It's just it's a picks and shovels play. Right? I'm really focusing heavy on the rails. Right? So many trains, but you need the rails. Right? Without the rails, no trains are going anywhere. So when it comes to stable coins, I'm focusing on the rails. I'm focusing on the blockchains that are going to be moving the majority of those stable coins, that are going to be bringing in the majority of fees on transactions, right? That are going to grow their market cap, that are going to get the majority of investments from institutions. It's like the old cliche thing, right? Like during the gold rush. Right? Levi's turned into $1 billion company without pulling a single ounce of gold out of the ground. Right? You can go break your back and look for gold, or you can sell the gold miners their jeans and their hammers and their picks. So I'm looking heavily at picks and shovels. Yeah, like I said on Zach, just be careful, man. You could very well put in a lower high here and move. Right now you're in a range and it hasn't really decided whether it's distribution or accumulation. Right? But if you can't get above 565, let me see where that 4 hour was. Same place exactly. It's the same thing. Yeah, if you can't get over 565, if you start to reject there, I'd start to worry. Other than that, man, I'll tell you just like I said on XLM, trail your stop losses, protect your gains, and just milk it until it runs out.
Utility token. That's what I was looking for. Like Link. I see that's BNB.
Mm-hmm.
Sol USDC.
Yeah, this last bull market was the worst bull market for utility coins ever. Nobody cared, bro. Nobody gave a shit.
Think that's gonna change?
Yeah. It's just speculators, right? Speculators. The thing is that people are funny, right? People, when the bull market starts, people are like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy the most, low cap." Da 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 da. They get really speculative at the bottom. It's not until ETH breaks all-time highs and starts to like hold it that people start to say, "Oh, wait, crypto's the future. It's not going." And then they start thinking, you know what I mean? Then they're like, "Oh, well, what other utility coins?" But like ETH is sort of like the mother of utility, right? So if ETH doesn't perform, it's like the whole narrative just never catches spark, right? Like people just look for other shit. So many good utility coins, bro. Like, and that's the problem. You have to be really careful when it comes to research and filling your bags at the bottom, because you can fall into the trap where you're looking at your portfolio and you're like, well, these are all amazing coins. Like these coins are literally going to change the future. And you might be right? But are they going to change the future in the next 4 years? Because Chainlink did absolutely nothing. Right? HBAR sat flat. Quant probably the biggest utility, one of the better interoperability protocols that there are, on a different level than Chainlink did nothing. Right? What ran? Degenerate shit and exchanges that let you trade degenerate shit. Right? Like memes, the little bullshit coins that came out that nobody had any idea what it does, mix and all of this other shit that would just randomly fly, and Pastor and Avantis, places you could degen. You know, if you think about it, that's all that really ran, right? That, and what I mean by ran is that had like explosive moves, but none of that shit held, right? Because the thing about degens is they're gonna take their profit as soon as they'll just move on to the next thing. They don't love mix; it's just running. But when XLM starts running, they're gonna jump on that, right? And if something runs while XLM is running, they'll leave XLM and they'll go to that. There's no loyalty there, right? They're just trading it because it's moving. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you look at the stuff that moved and held, right, it was all institutional shit. Like stuff that had ETF, stuff that had whispers of an ETF, or, even at the most. I don't know. I know the pendulum swings though. So it's crazy to sit here and say I think utility is going to have a really good year next year, but I do think utility is going to have a good year next year. Yeah. And that's good because what it does is it auto filters all the bullshit, bro. Like, if we have a good utility run, it's not going to matter that we have 10 million coins because 9,750,000 of them are automatically going to be disqualified because they're all bullshit. I think we need to have, and I know we can't because it's blockchain and it should be forever, but we need to have something that goes around and just deletes dead coins. Because if not, I mean, we really are going to have like 1 billion coins in the future eventually. But the dilution scare that everybody talks about is in my opinion, bullshit. I don't think that this had anything to do with dilution. The fact that we didn't have an alt season. That's like Twitter's favorite argument right now. That we didn't have an alt season because there wasn't enough money to go around because we have 10 million coins now instead of 4K, which we had during the last, which is true. We had max last time. I think we had like 6,000 coins. Now we're sitting over 10 mil. How nuts that is. But people don't understand volume, right? Like, yeah, there's 10 million coins, but over 99% of them haven't had more than $100 pushed through them in the last 6 months. They're dead. They're just dead coins. They're sitting there, but nobody's putting their money in it.
Like the adoption of the coins, like using them to pay and accessing dApps and staking.
Yeah.
You need to have that. Like I think that's what set the fire on them.
Going to be stables in my opinion, because what'll happen is even though these people aren't going to be bringing stables onto chain to buy crypto, right? They're going to use it to buy other things. It's one step closer to already having money on chain. You know how many people have thought about buying crypto and just having to put money on chain has been that thing that stopped them? Like just that learning curve of trying to figure out how to do that exactly. So having everybody have a natural crypto wallet as it is anyways, even if it's just stables, some of that is going to flow into crypto that didn't flow before. It's impossible for it not to, a certain percentage of it at least.
Yeah, you gotta make it easy to get the money on without making it hard or limiting it and all that shit.
It's got to be thoughtless, bro. It's got to be like it's like when you pass your debit card to a cashier. Like you don't know what happens on the back end. Nobody thinks about how that works. What rails does Visa send? What rails does Visa use to send the money to the store that you're using to? You don't know, you don't care. And you shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like it just works. Like that's what real adoption looks like, right? The majority of people using something every day that have no idea how it works, it just works. and they use it, or they don't even realize they're using it. Right? Like grandma going to the bank and sending you $20 that she sends you every Christmas or whatever. She doesn't know that that now is getting turned into stables and being instantly transferred for speed and then being converted back into dollars to give you your $20 for Christmas. She's just sending $20. Right? But that's real adoption. We just talked about AI agents having their own wallets, paying for things. Right? My AI agent has to pay for things. If I want to use if I want to use a service or a site that I'm not paying for, I can tell them, all right, subscribe me to the lowest whatever, and then do what you got to do to make it work. Right? If I want my bot to trade for me, he has to have a wallet. If I want my bot to hire a team for me or something, right? I want you to hire a Fiverr team for me to put together a marketing, blah, blah, blah. Right? He's got to have a wallet to do that. My wallet, my my agent can create other agents that it needs, right? But there are agents that pay other agents, where your agent will pay another agent to do part of a task, blah, 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 blah. It's like regular employee, regular business, right? Well, that agent, both those agents need a wallet, and they can't send cash to each other, right? They have to send stables, or they have to send Bitcoin, or they have to send some sort of cryptocurrency. Now, fast forward that 20 years. Adoption used to be limited by the birth rate before AI, right? You can only get a certain, even if everybody adopted it, there was a pacing, a timing to it. There's only a certain amount of people born, certain amount of people die. It's literally just how many people are on the planet and how many of those can you get to use your crypto, whatever. Well, now it's an unlimited amount of AI agents. My AI agent the other day spawned 15 AI agents to get a job done on his own without even saying nothing. Just broke it down, had a job, broke the task down into 15 different parts, spawned 15 AI agents, had them do it. So you're talking about, I wouldn't even know the timeline, but there will be a future that will be outnumbered, right? That the number of AI agent wallets will outnumber the amount of human wallets on chain. That's the adoption that nobody talks about. And that, I think, is coming way faster than anybody expects.
Do you know much about Filecoin?
Yeah, storage.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking at it. Just it's way down there.
Yeah, during AI, storage had a little like when AI first started, storage had a run. That makes sense, right? Like AI needs storage. I personally, as far as like AI industry goes, that's one of the ones that I'm kind of questioning, only because I don't see why they don't develop their own storage solutions. Like it was sort of the same argument with banks, right? Although we see how that worked out, right? Banks have decided to go blockchain. Some of them have gone private blockchain, some of the bigger ones. And that was always my argument against XRP. Like, okay, let's say it's true, right? Crypto is going to be the future. Everything's going on rails. These multi-billion-dollar, multinational banks aren't just going to make their own software. Like, why would they? They're going to buy your software. They're going to use your software instead of making it. Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? They've never done it before. They've always kept things proprietary. But some of them did, right? Some of them did decide to go. So that's sort of my thing with storage. Like, I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't just make their own. You know what I mean? Like, what does file or storage or what was the other one? There's another one. Like, what do they offer that these companies can't just develop on their own? That's one of the main problems with and this is a little different, right? Because we're talking software now. But that's one of the main problems with software. It's like all of these enterprise software solutions are screwed, bro. Like, why do I need to buy your software when I can sit in front of my agent and say, hey, build me a software that does this? And it's completely proprietary, you know, with no counterparty risk, no.
Proof of replication and proof of space time.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. But AI definitely has put a wrinkle into a lot of crypto projects because of that same reason that I'm talking about. The things that were technologically out of reach for a lot of people are now very within reach, you know, like very much within reach. But I mean, you know, I'm doing okay at getting clients, and they could easily use AI to provide what I'm providing for them. Right? It's not the money is going to be in the money's going to be in the intellectual property, right? Because everybody has the same technology, but your ideas, right? What you do with the technology, how you program it, what guardrails you put into it is what's going to make one more valuable than the other. Which is why it's honestly kind of important to protect your intellectual property right now. So that's kind of why I'm sitting where I'm at, where I'm like focusing on the actual guardrails, right? I'm focusing on the actual rails, on the actual the picks and shovels, because until it's clearer who's gonna rise to like, you know, what's gonna rise to the top and what isn't, then at the very least I'm covered. It was like the whole virtual AI agent thing, right? Like there was so many AI agents that dropped that had coins. And in the beginning on the first wave, everything ran, so it was cool. But then it got hot right? And then it's like, well, yeah, damn, what do you do? You're gonna pick one out of the 6,000 and hope that's the one that runs, or do you hold virtuals, right, and bet that one of the agents that goes is gonna come out of virtuals instead of coming out of another project? Yeah, I got you. I'll look at ETH and then I gotta reset the stream. Where'd all the volatility go? Right? This volatility, right? Where'd it go? If you're in a range here, and you are, so what you're looking for is for people to decide that they care about ETH again, which as of right now, they do not. This is the hourly chart. I mean, you've been in about a $200-300 range, right, this whole time. There's no reason why holding that midpoint shouldn't have taken you to retest the top of the range. So weakness, right, to say the least. You're hugging your 50. If you lose that 50, things change. Right? If you lose that 50, in my opinion, you're going to come down to like 19. But the trend is your friend to the end. And right now, the trend is this tiny little micro channel that you're in. Which is showing weakness. It's very tight. But it's important to pay attention. The reason I started the way I started, because it's important to pay attention to that. Right? The character of this has changed. In the last day and a half. So just be careful. Right? If you lose, obviously 2K, right? 2K brings you down through this gap. But if you lose 2020 and psychological low, you're going to go a bit lower here. And because of the fact that you've been trending in the middle of this range for so long, your uptrend is way down here. This is kind of ugly now that I'm looking at it. I didn't look at ETH today. Wish I had better news for you, buddy. Just my opinion, though. Bitcoin comes down through these liquidations, ETH's going to lose that range. It'll go into what I'm calling the iPhone robot, DB. Not specifically an iPhone robot, right? But a mass produced robot will come out that'll be the body for your AI. And the one that everyone has to have, right? The one that you can't be caught dead without. The one that all the cool kids want. That's the company I'm trying to own. Because there will be an iPhone robot. There'll be an Android robot. You won't be able to be caught dead outside with your Android robot. Or you'll be labeled a dun. But we're far from that. Damn, I would hire you, DB, but you eat food, I'm pretty sure. And I got this thing against hiring people that have to eat and sleep. At least for right now. Well, the food crisis is already here. We warned about the food crisis the second that port shut down, or that strait shut down. People don't realize it's not just oil that comes through that strait. It's the majority of the world's fertilizer, too. Actually, might be some money there to be made shorting like wheat crops and corn crops into the future. Not bad. I don't like that my mind works like that either. It's automatic. I can't help it. Not initially. Not initially, but eventually, yeah. You got to short the first couple of they're gonna miss earnings at least a couple times. Yeah, exactly. It's every food would become more expensive in the long run, yeah. It would be like a double hit.
think once we get this framework laid out, gets a better idea, like get some of these bills going. I mean, they keep getting pushed back. Clarity Act and Genius Act.
My main concern with all of this isn't even now, it's in the future. It's you know, Trump is throwing his arms around this crypto thing pretty hard, you know what I mean? Like just like anything else, like he likes to put his name on shit. The reason that I don't like that is because I don't want any problems with future administrations, right? Like you start coming into a situation where we're going to reverse all the shit he did, and then crypto falls into like a Trump thing, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Like that's why I don't like, there's not supposed to be nations attached to this shit, yeah. Like we've been doing this for the longest and never won. This is the first been doing this shit for the longest time, and this is the first time that I even heard the phrase an American crypto project. Like, why are we putting nations to this? This is what we're supposed to be avoiding. And the whole point is supposed to be borderless. The problem is when one side or the other wraps their arms too tightly around it, it gives the other side a reason to be against it. And that's, you know what I mean? That's not the type of that's not the type of shit we want, you know? Like, and it shouldn't be because everybody trades because it's not a Republican thing or a Democrat thing or like pretty sure that they're holding Bitcoin on both sides of that aisle.
Like the traditional banks oppose the interest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a push not to do it, right, for these big ass banks.
They're fighting for their survival. I don't expect anything less. That would be the death of the traditional banking structure. If we got yields on stables, they're screwed. Crazy thing is, you can already get yield on stables in DeFi. The problem is that this is going to interfere with that, right? So now because the banks want to have stables and they can't afford to give yield because everybody would leave their deposits, right? Who wouldn't move every dollar of deposits into a federally insured stablecoin freaking account that's held by the same exact bank that's giving you 10x the returns on a yield that you were getting in your other account that's literally just one button away from the, you know what I mean? It's automatically everybody's going to move it. The problem is that if they do that, then banks can't loan money, right? Banks can't rehypothecate those deposits to lend money to somebody else to be able to get the interest to make more money. The machine comes to a halt, but they can't rehypothecate stables. So that's why they're so against it, because they can't compete. They can't offer that yield. What'll happen is they're going to offer the same yield on the stables that they offer on the deposits, because they're not going to want to bleed one side to the other, which means the only people that will offer that yield is going to be DeFi. And that's the best case scenario for the banks because, well, best case scenario is that we don't get yield at all. But what the banks are counting on is if they do get yield, right, they'll just offer the same for both. Maybe they offer a little bit more, maybe not. But they're going to count on the people that will never leave the bank. Right? There's people that'll never leave the bank. They've been banking with that bank forever. They're not going to go learn how to hold their own coins, and they're not, you know what I mean? So there's a certain amount of people that even if they're getting paid to go somewhere else, won't go. So I don't know. The way I look at it, whether it passes or not, the banks are never going to offer yield on staples. What they're arguing for right now is to not have to look like dicks. We don't want to look like dicks, bro. Make that shit illegal because we're not giving it to anybody. So you guys are going to make us look bad and you're gonna offer it over there, and yeah, no. So let's just, screw it. It's illegal for everybody. Now, crypto projects are gonna get creative. They already are. Brian Armstrong was one of the ones that came out and said, this is bullshit. So they've already talked about offering yield on stables no matter what the law says. And to get around it, what they'll do is instead of getting 5% in stables, you'll get 5% in Bitcoin. And it won't be called yield. It'll be called a membership reward or, whatever. They'll just name it something different, right? But what they won't be able to do is give you stables for staking stables. But nothing's going to stop them from giving you, whatever their coin is, even.
Well, I know they want to have like Coinbase where you can basically walk in like a bank, right?
Yeah, they're all going to want to become banks. Michael Saylor, too. There will be a MicroStrategy bank in our lifetime. Bitcoin-based physical bank somewhere. I can see that shit coming already. But you got to remember, too, it's not just like, I'm not going to sit here and let the government get away with putting it on the banks. Because it's not just the banks. The government has a major bond problem right now. Nobody wants to buy U.S. bonds, and they're offering 5%, and nobody wants to buy them. What happens if they let stables offer 5%? Or they let stables offer 6, 10%? If they let exchanges decide what they want to give out for yield, right? That directly affects the bond market. That's never going to happen. Never going to happen. I can promise you right now, if the yield for stables go through, the allowable yield will be less than 5%. And they might even change it if bond yields go down. It might be even less, maybe like 4%. Because they'll shoot themselves in the foot, right?
When's the next FOMC?
It's a good question. Get ready for the flashbang, yo.
If we get a raise on it.
So the next FOMC is 12th, 11th, the 14th. It's around here somewhere. Here it is. The 17th. This is when we get to see Walsh for the first time. He's going to walk out on that stage like a Sith Lord. Nah, I knew it was somewhere in the teens. I didn't remember either.
Where was that? You used to see what people were thinking, what was going to happen. I don't know. Was that Poly Market or something where they bet if it's going to raise or lower? Or
Yeah, but mostly, probably for the most part, runs. So, like, the rate decision is probably the most. The rate decision is probably one of the most leaked pieces of data in all of Washington. Right, it never ends up being much of a secret. But you can go to the where is it? Where's the forecast? No, that's not it. Go away. Where was it? But yeah, you could. I mean, you could go on Poly too. I'm having the only I'm having the only brain fart right now when it comes to where this shit is at. Not positions, it's projections. Where the hell is projections at? I don't know. I'll look for it on Poly. They're usually almost exactly. Oh, wow. Really? Okay. Okay. Anybody else saw that? When I first brought it in, it said at 98% at the top. I'm not tripping. Literally, when I first came to the page, it said 50 basis point decrease. You know what's crazy? I might take a crazy bet here, bro. But this is what I was talking about earlier. It's 98% chance of no change, right? So some people look at this and they're like, yeah, that's right, 98% is not going to happen. Da, 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 da. I look at this and I say, oh, that's 2%. That's free 2%. Right? So if I buy 98 cents, like, pay or something, right? You make $87. Right? But if you hedge 2 cents, and they happen to raise rates, oh, buddy. But it would make sense if you thought they were going to raise rates. You see why Poly's so big?
Yeah, that's crazy.
What an insider could do with a little bit of information, just a tiny little bit of information. But the point is 98%, 1% yes. Buying one of each, you get a free 1%. Doesn't seem like a lot, right? You're like, are you going to do all that for $87? Right? But what about now? Does it make sense? It's a free $6 million. To here, bro. I do not put it outside of the realm of possibilities that they raise rates by 25 basis points. I know it sounds crazy.
I
That
think
would
he's
be
mentioned
so
that, right?
bad, bro. That would be how bad that would be. Like we're instantly at 44K at that point. Good morning, H. This little drop has been painfully slow, huh?
Trump got too late Powell out of there. This new guy, I guess Trump appointed him. I don't know how that worked.
Yeah. Trump's guy. Trump also appointed Powell, though. That's why he gets so mad. Trump got this thing where he feels like if he puts you in position, you know, you got to bend that knee. And Powell's like, look, gang, I don't know if you researched this job before you gave it to me. But once I'm in like a union job. You go talk to my union rep about that, buddy.
So wasn't he wanting him to cut and he wouldn't? Or?
Yeah, he wanted him to come in. When he came in, he wanted Powell to just slash rates and get the market going and make them, make everything look good and shit. And Powell's like, nah, bro, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but we trying to do something over here. Like, we just came out of some real shit in COVID. And if this doesn't go right, that legacy lands on my back. Right? Like, if I don't fix this before I leave, or if I don't bring us down to some sort of soft landing before I'm gone, then my legacy is the guy that said that inflation was transitory during COVID. I think so. I mean, obviously, I have my issue. I was the first one when he said inflation was transitory. I was like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Nobody's at work. Like, what are you talking about? Every business is shut down. How the hell is inflation transitory? But as far as what he's done after that to try to fix, I mean, we could talk about intentions, right? Did he do it for the good of America, or is he just trying to fix his legacy before he goes? Because he's been doing this shit his whole life. Legacy is important at that age. Either way, who cares, right? The point is that he did the hard thing when everybody was trying to pressure him to not, right? When he stood up and he was like, look, y'all, there's going to be some pain. We told him to shut the hell up, and we pumped the stock market. We pumped the Dow to 50K. We completely ignored the Fed, which is interesting because there's actually a saying that says, don't fight the Fed. And that's usually how business is operated, right? That's usually how institutions and traders have operated. They take cues from the Fed, and if the Fed says slow down, you slow down. And if the Fed say it's time to go, then it's time to go. But we just ignored that shit and kept the party going, bro. Like the money wasn't going to run out. And because of it, the Fed had to stay tighter for longer, had to stay higher for longer. And then we want to scream at Powell for, it's like, gang, what are you talking about? You guys have been on punishment for a year. Every weekend I come home, you guys threw a freaking party. Literally, the second I turn my back, you guys are throwing a rager. So no, you're not off punishment yet,
How much further can the legacy go?
I don't know. At this point, I do believe him when he got on stage and he said, I had every intention to leave. Like when his term was up, because he gets to choose whether he stays on the committee or not for as long as he wants. Right? That's what's gifted to the Fed chair. Meaning you don't ever have to be in a position where you put your entire life's work into something and make something right and then leave it in the hands of somebody else and then have no say. Right. But it's optional. He could stay if he wants, he could go if he wants. So when he got on stage and he said, I had every intention on leaving, but I've never seen this type of pressure from the State Department put on the Fed before, and I don't feel comfortable leaving under these circumstances. So I'm going to stay here for as long as that continues. I was like, Jesus Christ, that's the most gangster shit I've ever heard a Fed chair say out loud. It's basically like, nah, I was going to leave, but the amount of pressure that you put on me, I think very well has a chance on breaking the next guy. So I'm not going anywhere. And not only am I not going anywhere, but me and the committee stand together. So don't forget that this guy that comes in doesn't get to just do what he wants, right? It's a committee vote. He just gets to talk to the press about it. That shit needs to be studied. That speech needs to be studied, bro. Like real shit. I don't know if people caught all of the sort of dimensions of it, but there's two ways to go about that speech, right? One way was to come in and say, this guy's Trump's bitch. He's going to do whatever Trump says. I'm not here for that. So I'm not effing leaving, and have his little scene. Or he could do what he did and say, I'm uncomfortable with the amount of pressure that's being put on this department. I'm going to stay to make sure that the new guy doesn't have to deal with all this pressure. I think he's a very good man. He's going to come in and he's going to do A, B, and C because that's what good men do. That shit was fucking epic, bro. Like he just literally laid out the game plan for him and basically told the world if he does not do A, B, and C, he's a bad man. But did it without disrespecting the new guy on the way in. You know what I mean? Like, there's a science to that shit. And he killed it.
I mean, do you think he's getting threatened in
Oh
like
my
behind the
God.
scenes or anything?
Yeah. When he stood up there and said, I've never seen this amount of pressure applied, the first thing I thought was, yeah, this is like, when people threaten you or when somebody goes too far and it's like, okay, now I'm not scared. Now I'm mad that you had the nerve, you know what I mean? That you have the balls that's the sort of vibe I got. I honestly wouldn't doubt that there's strange cars parked in the neighborhood type shit. Not doing anything, this little nondescript white van at the end of the block. The little psyop games,
Yeah, there's hints here and there. You might have an accident,
just little things, like, yeah. So I don't know, man. That's why I say that I think he's the last adult in Washington, bro, because it would have been the easiest thing in the world for him to cave to that pressure and leave on a high note with Trump, glazing him and talking about what an amazing job he's done and da 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 da. That would have been the easiest thing in the world to do. Okay. A little bit of mean recovery. We're just on the 1 minute, yo. Don't not to panic. You're not even in a trade, high def. What are you knowing about, bro? Like, why are you so emotionally invested? Yeah, but why do you get so worked up, though? That's what I'm saying. You're gonna pop a blood vessel one day, bro. You gotta chill. Possible, but remember, in my thesis on how things run, which means absolutely nothing since this is the first weekend. The psychological range takes priority over a CME gap that doesn't exist. Right. So the top of your psychological range is right there. And the bottom is right there. There's plenty of liquidations down here. I don't think they just stay there, honestly. Although I do, just to be clear, any moves out of the psychological range, I'll be treating as moves out of our weekend box. Right? Meaning, if we come down and we sweep, I'm trading back into that psychological range. Right? Until further notice, until I'm proven wrong, my thesis is that when the psychological range is set, the algos get set to the psychological range. Until the psychological ranges are set, after the traps are set, the algo is set to old CME closing time. And this is where it changes. Well, sorry, here, where your psychological range comes in, basically. I'll spend the next 2 or 3 months trying to disprove that. And if I can't, then we'll have our edge. Super interesting, bro. I've been loving every second of this weekend on some real nerd shit. Seeing us stick to CME that doesn't exist was amazing. And just having the thesis sort of corroborated, at least temporarily. But I'll be honest with you, though. I'm dying to hear other people's takes on it. Like, not like I'll let it affect me, right, or influence me, but like I really want to know. I'm super curious, and nobody's talking about it, bro. It's like, come on, have some balls, y'all. Like, who cares if you're wrong? You know what I mean? Like, how many of these moments do we get? Like, if you're a TA guy and you've been doing this for a while, like, your opinion on this is just as valuable as anybody else's at this point. But everybody's so worried about being wrong, you know what I mean? That nobody wants to put their thesis on their chest. Like, person that person that actually quantifies this edge will get to name it. You know, like, you ever just sit around and think like, damn, I could have called that a head and shoulders before you called it a head and shoulders. And not yet. No, I'm not seeing anything that screams bullish at me just yet. I'm tempted to extend this bearish channel though. Very similar to what ETH did. We were just looking at ETH, how I said that, like, it was ranging fine in its channel and then it went flat. Right. Nice volatility and then just stuck to the center line. Same measured move as the old one. Isn't any bigger or anything. Actually, less of a measured move because you've got to slide it up. That being said, we do have a green week, in my opinion, coming up. But like I was saying yesterday, I don't know where it starts from. Because liquidity-wise, we're on an uptick this week. For the next 7 days, we should have access to liquidity. Whether it gets spent on Bitcoin, like you guys know, is anybody's guess, right? But the liquidity itself is on an uptick, and we caught a green candle off that uptick. We don't get a drop in liquidity. This white line here is our liquidity, right? We don't get a drop in liquidity until the 6th, right? And the increase in liquidity is higher than our last peak. Now, that being said, the past couple times that money's come in, it has not come into Bitcoin. Liquidity came in right here, we dropped. Liquidity came in right here after a dip, we dropped. You know, so for the past 2 inflows of global liquidity, it's gone into legacy, not crypto. So what happens now? All I know is that for the next week, there's increased liquidity. Right? If we see evidence of that coming into Bitcoin, then any pump that we get should be able to sustain itself for a week. If we don't see it, right, if we see evidence that it's going into legacy more than anything else, then we'll continue to slowly bleed off. Yeah, we're at decent support. My argument is that the higher low is what we're looking for, right? You've got your right side of your left side of your M. I'm looking to put in the right side of the M. I'm looking for this liquidity increase to be the liquidity that takes us to put in that right side, right? Which means that the top of our M pattern should be in by the 9th. Now, whether that's there, or there is anybody's guess, right? For me, I think a hard rejection off of 80 would be great. The reason that I want a hard rejection off of 80, because I'm bearish. I want price to go down already, right? And what are we going to, like, honestly, what are we hanging out for? 90? Right? 20%? I don't care, bro. I'm ready to get the rest of the bear market done so we can start our bull market, get into some good positions that are going to get me 3-4 X's. 20% is whatever. So at some point, right, when we get into this retracement on global liquidity, I think legacy is going to take a very big hit. And at that point, I don't see how Bitcoin doesn't break that M pattern and take the lows. But I will be playing every pivot on the way down, right? This is why we swing at longs. All right, let me get this stream restarted. And then we'll be right back. 1 minute, y'all. Hit that like before you go. Let's see if we can get this up to, what are we at right now? There's 110 people and 93 likes. If we can get 13 likes in right now, we can double top and we can end the stream on a double top. Come on. You guys with smart TVs, hit the up arrow on your smart TV and then hit up again and go to the little thumbs up and press the button in the middle. And then you can go back to eating your popcorn. Oh, the agents are done. All right, hold on. Let me put these guys to bed. Good job. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Yep, you got the 100.
Yeah, we're at 102. Let me don't have anything for these guys to do overnight. Nah, see, I'm a good boss, man. The AI agents got a night off to go do whatever AI agents do. We're on spring break, H. Don't be that girl that shows up to class when we're on vacation. All right, y'all. We'll be right back. I'll reset real quick.